Ladies and gentlemen, Bali Democracy Student Conference will commence shortly. To ensure a smooth proceeding of the event, we would like to kindly encourage all participants to keep the camera open and the microphone muted during the session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, students, delegates, good morning and welcome to the 4th Bali Democracy Student Conference under the theme of Democracy, Youth and Covid-19. My name is Catherine and I will be your MC for today. This year, Bali Democracy Student Conference is undeniably unique, not only because it is conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic, but also for the first time, Bali Democracy Student Conference is conducted virtually. However, we are very delighted to welcome in total 259 delegates from 23 countries. And I believe this is the highest number of Bali Democracy Student Conference participants since its founding. So before we move forward, maybe we can greet some of our friends and colleagues here. I would like to say hello to Anibal Alejandro Quinteres in Melbourne. Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Good to see you.
How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. What time is it in Melbourne at the moment?
It's 1:06 p.m.
Okay.
In Melbourne.
Okay, so it's not too early for you, yeah?
No, it's not too late, but in Chile it's very late now.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And also we want to greet our friend in Brunei, Muhammad Ruzain. Good morning. Is it still morning for you? Ah, yes. Good morning.
Hi. Yeah, it's the same time as Bali. It's 10:03 a.m. So.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yes, and I would like. It would be impossible to greet each and every one of you one by one because there are 200 of us at the moment. But hello and welcome to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, students and delegates, we would like to cordially open this session and we would like to welcome His Excellency Teuku Faizah Shah, Acting Director General for Information and Public Diplomacy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to deliver the opening remarks. Kepada yang terhormat Bapak Tuku Faizasyah, mohon perkenan Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam kebajikan, peace be upon us all. Excellency Ambassador Muhammad Lutfi, distinguished panelists and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first extend our sincere appreciation to Ambassador Muhammad Lutfi for joining us from DC, although rather late at this time, but we're really thankful that you are willing to present some keynote remarks for this forum. Distinguished panelists and participants, I feel honored to welcoming all of you to the 2020 Bali Democracy Students Conference. The hybrid format of our meetings allow us to continue our conversations on this important subject of democracy from the comfort of our respective home country. Well, certainly we do hope in our next meeting we will have all of you here in Bali. As young generation, your participation today is highly important as you hold the key to our future. In this very opportunity, I will touch briefly on two major topics. Firstly, on the impact of COVID-19 global pandemic, and secondly, on the role of youth in this time of crisis. Distinguished panelists and participants, it is that the COVID-19 global pandemic poses unprecedented challenge to our societies and government. The pandemic threatened the lives and the livelihood of people across the globe. According to Johns Hopkins University, as of 17 October 2020, the number of confirmed cases across 215 countries and territories are around 39.4 million, with more than 1.1 million deaths. The pandemic has shaken global social and economic structures. We are now experiencing the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression in the 30s. Some prescription to contain the pandemic, such as lockdown policy, has impacted the world economy and to a certain extent disrupt global value chains. The collapse of major industries such as tourism, hospitality, and energy resulted in widespread unemployment. The public health system in many countries failed to respond effectively, and many are on the verge of collapse. The pandemic also forced a global digital transformation. Yet, this sudden transformation presents us with the issue of digital literacy and the widening gap between advanced and developing economies. All these unprecedented challenges have stimulated extensive debate in our communities on the topic of democracy, on the very topic that we discuss today, including on the issue of governance amid the crisis. We are left with so many questions, such as, is democracy effective in facing the multi-layered crisis? Does it provide us with the leadership needed during this tumultuous time? And does it provide most effective tools to tackle the challenges? All in all, these questions reflect soul-searching in democracy. Distinguished panelists and participants, let me now move to the second part of my remarks, the role of youth in time of crisis and the role that you can do to preserve democracy. Simply said, while youth has done a lot in this time of global uncertainty, youth still can do more. As a matter of fact, youth are in the front line of our global efforts. Young doctors and medics risk their life to save others infected with the virus. Young scientists join in the research to find vaccines and medicine that could cure those who catch the virus. Youth are major sources of innovation to mitigate the pandemic and its impact through various projects and initiatives covering a wide range of issues from health to education and to financial issues. Interestingly enough, many of these initiatives are being carried voluntarily. One of the examples is the online counseling conducted by Dr. Alfiansah Pramono, the president of Indonesian Student Association in the United States of America, or Permias, who will join us later today during the second panel sessions. Youth, born and growing up in the digital age, adapts very well in 4.0 digital transformation. They have created various new digital platforms such as Amazon, Gojek, and others. These digital platforms are now the core and the engines of change in the digital era. Youth are also the leading power behind the social media, and they have shown us on how best to use them in this time of pandemic. Through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and even TikTok, they share their thoughts and ideas. They educate people about the pandemic and the crisis. They came up with initiatives to assist those who are affected by the global challenge, unprecedented challenge that we face this day. Distinguished panelists and participants, as youth comprises 16% of world population, youth has the power to determine any policies taken in responding to the global pandemic and the current crisis. Similarly, youth are also an essential part in democracy, and most importantly, in the process to shape the course of our history, future history. Today's conference takes a special theme, democracy, youth, and COVID-19. And I hope, by way of sharing your experiences and best practices around this theme, we could learn from each other. And I also hope, through a frank and open conversation, you could nurture tolerance and mutual respect across different cultures. I'm glad that more than 26, we have participated across 23 countries in this event. And the outcomes and recommendations from your discussion will be presented at the 13th Bali Democracy Forum on the 3rd and the 4th December 2020. As a final note, my dear young colleagues, the future of the world is in your hands. Therefore, play your part, seize it, and be the leader. Be the hero that the world needs. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuku Faizasho, for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, students, delegates, usually during the Bali Democracy Students Conference, delegates would be traveling to Bali. But due to pandemic, due to this current circumstances, you guys cannot travel to Bali. We understand that concern, therefore we are bringing Bali to you virtually. Here is a short video about Bali. Okay, that's the video about Bali. And that's quite extensive, I believe. And hopefully you can feel the Bali vibe from your home or wherever you are at the moment. So before we start, we proceed to the next agenda. Maybe we can greet some of our other friends. Maybe Adi. Hello? Adi Febrian, or maybe Meisha. Hello, can you hear me? Maybe Meisha? Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Are you in Jakarta or where are you at the moment?
I'm currently in Bali.
Oh, okay. All right. So I believe Meisha can tell us what is it like in Bali at the moment? How is the weather like?
We have a really nice weather for today. It's really sunny outside and a bit of cloudy, but I believe that for the fourth Bali Democracy Students Conference, we would be having a really nice weather.
Okay, so yeah, hopefully you can describe it well enough, yeah, to our friends and colleagues here who are unfortunately cannot be attending the conference in Bali. So you're joining us right at the venue, yeah?
Yes, we are now with the three of us are joining the conference live at the venue.
Okay, so maybe can you introduce the others to us who are currently at the venue?
I'm currently at the venue with Adi, and my other friends is Fabian here.
Oh, okay. So in total, there are three of you.
Yes.
Are you all students?
We are all students here.
Okay. So what is Bali like during the pandemic? Can you describe it to us? Because we understand that tourists might not be able to come to Bali. So what is it like during the pandemic?
Unfortunately, I have to describe that Bali is kind of having a situation where most of the tourism places are quite empty. But I believe that when we are going to promote more of the tourism, we will have the more beautiful Bali after this and the more normal Bali after this.
Okay. So what about the others? Maybe we can hear from other friends what they think from Fabrian, for example. What is Bali like for them during the pandemic? Maybe from Adi or Fabrian? Are you with us? Do you have the access to camera? Hello. Adi, just a moment. Do you have the access? Do you have the camera with you, Adi and Febrian? Oh, they do not have it. Or maybe they can join your camera all together in one frame, maybe? Yes. All right. So hello. Hi.
Hi.
So Adi, hello. So Adi and Febrian, can you tell us what is Bali like during the pandemic? What is the measure taken by the government?
Currently, during the pandemic, we are not free, but trying to survive the pandemic, and we keep promoting our tourism in Bali. But we believe Bali will be okay every time.
Right. What about you, Febrian? How do you enjoy Bali during the pandemic? How is Bali?
Could you please repeat the question?
Febrian, how was Bali for you during the pandemic? Can you describe it as well?
So this is I'm originally from Bali actually, and I came here like 7 months ago, and it's quite different with the before 1 week, and now it's gonna be pretty quiet right now, but the economy is going slowly.
Okay. All right. Thank you, three of you, for describing Bali to us at the moment. So hopefully these stories can help other participants to imagine themselves being in the Bali at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are still trying to get Ambassador Muhammad Lutfi to join us because there is a technical problem, we'll be having a 15 minutes break. So at the moment, in Bali time,
I'm here.
Oh, okay, Ambassador. Okay.
I'm here, and I'm getting tired. It's 11 o'clock here in Washington D.C.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Ambassador. So, ladies and gentlemen and delegates, please welcome His Excellency Muhammad Lutfi, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the United States of America, who will be delivering the keynote speech. Pada Bapak Dubes, mohon perkenan Bapak.
Thank you, the organizer. It is an honor for me to address you as the future generations of the world, as the pillars of development, and as the machines that will create prosperity and fight poverty. I've asked by the organizer to talk about COVID-19, the challenge, and what should we do, the plan before and after the COVID-19. Of course, this is an issue that is very difficult for everyone to understand, because this pandemic we never met, we never seen, we never experienced in our lifetime, at least the modern lifetimes 2000 years after Jesus Christ. So I look at different things, and I'm really sorry if I look exhausted. I've started my day since 5 o'clock in the morning here in Washington, D.C., and it's about 10:30, and it was full of things this morning. So let me scatter here to speak before you for 20 minutes, and maybe this can be a base of your discussions and your articulations in the sessions forward. Like I said, this is a different challenge that we have never seen in our lifetime. This is a merge upon one crisis with the others. People says the solution for economists, the solution is in the economic solutions. For healthcare expert, this is a healthcare pandemic. For global supply chains expert, this is a global supply chains crisis. For demand side expert, this is a demand side crisis. So every single thing of this crisis merged into one. At the very beginning, at the beginning of the year, maybe a month of February or March, the world were thinking this is going comes so fast, and it should leave fast. So the predictions for this pandemic is calculated as about 2.8% of the GDP, the cost. But now, 8 months passed, it will cost more than 28% of the world's GDP. So many countries trying to solve the issues as an economic stimulus was given for each responding countries. The United States, as of May 31st, spent about $3 trillion. Japan spent about $2.8 trillion. This is 40% of its GDP. China spends about 500 billion. Germany spent about 150 billion US dollars. Indonesia, for one thing, is calculating spending more than 47 billion US dollars. So if you look the fatality rate, United States, Brazil, it's among the highest at 3.1 and 3.2%. And the rest of the country, including Indonesia, is also experiencing different things. But the problem is, after 8 months, we have not seen the light at the end of the tunnel. So actually, we are experiencing different things in our lifetime. That is the bad side of the crisis. But from the good side of the crisis, suddenly we are seeing a new development that we never seen in the past. You know, the development of technology, digital applications that helps supply and demand becoming very big. So if you look, the grocery shopping, toys and games, sporting goods, even what we call like furniture, has been really going so well. The digital payment, especially the QR payment and e-wallet, becoming the growth is becoming really big and fast. Technologies as video conferencing. I don't know if I would embrace this technology, because now my working hours is definitely not 9 to 5. It starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, which is about 4 o'clock in Jakarta, and now at 10:30 at night here in Washington DC, I'm addressing people from across the globe. And this video conferencing making our lives more effective, more efficient with our time, and this is actually a solution for the future. Cloud solutions, e-signature, e-collaborations, this is something having a very good growth and very good demand for the future. And we also see that the development of distance learning making a revolutions. It enhances the process of teaching and learning because online courses, 3D printing, and virtual reality is in the rise. So this is something which is very good. But all said and done, we're not expecting to see a vaccine probably until the first quarter of 2021, and because of that, this will be a different challenge of itself. But this is just my recognitions about the COVID itself, and this is something that we should see. But the problem of the world, which as the young generations will see as nearly in the future, will be a different challenge of itself. Let me give you the outlines of what global challenge will be about 20 years from today. And I think this is a good outlook, which can carry you for a more deep discussions, and maybe we'll get into a same perspective for everyone. I'm sorry. If you see one of the Indonesia's global challenge, we will set about 20-25 years from today, because Indonesia, like many countries right now, Indonesia had developed into a middle class of the world. This means that Indonesia GDP per capita is around $4,051, which I think this is it's a very good growth, especially if you look Indonesia in 1998, and most of you probably were not born yet. But 20 years ago, Indonesian economy was clocked at $463 per capita. 20 years later, in 2018, Indonesia GDP per capita had grown 10 times, 1,000% to $4,051, and Indonesia is inaugurated into a middle class of the world. This is not an easy process. You know, Indonesia had to go through reform, democratizations. Because of that, we have the uphold of the law of the law. We have the freedom to choose. We have the freedom of speech, and this is making Indonesian norms and value becoming very high in the region. And because of that, Indonesia proceed into a middle class of the world. In 2038, 18 years from today, when our demographic bonus will end, and a study by OECD shows that any country that only have a lot more of the older people than the younger people when the demographic bonuses end cannot graduate into a developed country. So that means Indonesia have a deadline. The deadline is 2038. Indonesia has to grow and become a developed country. How is that? Is that Indonesia needs to triple its GDP per capita from $4,000 today to $12,500 in 2038. So then, because of that, Indonesia has to run. And in the country in the run, something is very difficult, and this is for us to catch and for the world to see. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you come from different countries, but this middle income trap, what we call middle income trap, has to be faced by every nation in the universe. And since the study shows in 1969, only 4 countries actually graduate into developed countries, namely Singapore, South Korea, Malaysia, and hopefully Indonesia will be upon one of the country that will graduate from there. But let me give you how Indonesia see what's going to happen in 2045. The first one is the demography. So then more populations will be predicted, will be around 9.4 billion people from around 7 billion people today. And then because of the global demography, the trends of urbanizations that people move from rural area to the city will be a lot. The migration influx will be a challenge for emerging country. And for one thing, for sure, aging populations will be everywhere. So this is a challenge of itself. And 66% of the world populations will live in the cities, and 95% of these urbanizations will happen in the emerging economies like Indonesia. Can you imagine? To those of you that understand, the city of Jakarta and the city of Bandung, which today separated by 180 kilometers, one day will merge into one city before 2045. There will be 76 million people that will live between the city of Jakarta and Bandung will be merged as one city. Can you imagine 76 million people? Can you imagine the challenge of having to manage the waste in that city? Can you imagine the challenge of electrifications of these cities? And then the pollutions, air pollutions for this city. Before the Covid-19, Indonesia was probably ranked among the worst in Asia. And I don't know, after the Covid-19 passed, and then suddenly the growth in West Java becoming very big. And this is a challenge of itself. So this is not just my challenge, my generation's challenge, but this is the challenge that will be seen by the younger generations, not only in Indonesia, but across the world. The good thing is the global trade. Today, there's a decoupling of international trade from multilateralism to bilateralism. and it seems that it's going to be temporary because the global trade growth will be healthy, about 3.4% annually, and the developing countries will become the global trade and investment axis with about 6% of the annual growth. So 3% for the world populations, but 6% will be happening in the emerging country. So then this is a time for Indonesia and the rest of the world as a middle class to embrace the global trade. Number 4, the dominations of world currency today is US dollars and probably euro, but in the near future, this currency will be regionally big. There will be more currencies in developing economies, including bitcoins and all the digital currency. Our proportions of middle class, which is very important, will be exceeding 84%. So about 8.1 billion people in the world will be classified as a middle class. Middle class is very important because middle class is the source of economic growth. They consume a lot, means that this is a first car in the household. The second televisions in the household, maybe the first air conditioning and also washing machine in the world. So because the middle class will consume all this disposable good, this is will be also good for the world economy. There will be an increase of Asian African populations that will trigger a competitions to obtain natural resources. Can you imagine? This is something that's very important. The creations of value added from our basic commodities, and will be in search, and it will grow. The price will grow exponentially, and this is something that we should embrace for the countries in Asia and in Africa as well. The best of these things, especially for the commodity, is the development of lithium battery, and in the near future, there will be a change in the combustion engine automotive, or what we call the traditional car today, because the movement from a combustion engine into electric vehicle will change the world, will revolutionize the world, and it will be cleaner, it will be simpler. How people trade and how people buy cars will be different. And the price is there will be battery that can motor a car for 1.6 million kilometers without recharging. So this will be the price. And from that lithium battery, there have 3 main components. The first one is nickel, copper, and cobalt. So then this three commodities will go exponentially. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it is very important for countries like Indonesia, many countries in Africa, and many countries in South America to understand that this needs to be spent, your commodity needs to be spent effectively to ensure that future generations can reap the benefit for the future. The challenge of global warming is also in an increase. Global temperature is predicted to increase about 3 to 3.5%, and this will, without the initiative or reduce emissions globally, means that there is no mitigations by all the countries to fight the global warming. What does that mean for countries, archipelago country like Indonesia? Means that a lot of islands will disappear because of the water level will go up high if the temperature of the earth will go above 2.5%. This is a challenge, and I think the younger generations needs to get their voice heard by the government, by the older generations, to ensure that you have a good circumstances to develop and create prosperity for the future. Technological change also trend dominated by ICT, biotechnology, genetic engineering, wearable devices, renewable energy, automatizations, and the last but not least is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence will become a game changer, I think, for in the near future. Why? Because all these collaborations, and this is the difference between my generations. I just turned 51, so I probably about your father's age, or if not older. During my generations, my generations is competitions. So countries will compete to create a more efficient, more productive goods, and then they will compete for the other countries and have the consumer pay for it. Your generations have changed. Your generations have collaborations. Collaborations means at least two parties contribute to something in the value chain. In my generations, there will be a lot of winners and losers. Your generations, hopefully a lot of winners. The problem is to contribute, to collaborate, you have to contribute. And to contribute means that you have to have something. If you don't have anything, you cannot contribute. So this is easier to say than done, but this is the challenge of the future as well. And artificial intelligence will be the game changer. Why? Because the collaborations with artificial intelligence means that winner takes all. And this is the trend. And this is why now a lot of government regulations trying to make sure that not one winner can tax everything. So this is also good, for distribution of wealth, and this is creating prosperity as well. Number 9, as a politics, international politics, the increase of China's role in Middle East, the increase of China will become bigger in the future, and Middle East still the region with vulnerability. And I will tell you a little bit about this hegemony of the world, but this is something that you should put a note on it. The developing countries will come out, the output will be 71%, and the world output come from Asia will be the biggest one, that will be 54% out of that 71%. So this is a century of Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something that's also a challenge. People say, during, what hegemony is? Hegemony is when we have two powers interact on top of the world. This is something that we are facing with the growth of China. At the same time, the United States as the superpower of the world still mandating of world power. If you look at the history, and they said that this is recorded by Thucydides. Thucydides is a historian that lived during Sparta and Athens about 2,500 years ago. This is when the first superpower of the world interact with each other. That is the country of Sparta and the countries of Athens. So these two superpower, because they're interacting with each other, creating deficit of trust. Deficit of trust can create what we see as a misunderstanding, and misunderstanding can go and happen to be the catalyst of war. So if you look, since Thucydides notes about the interact between Sparta and Athens, actually these things had happened about 16 times in the history. Out of the 16 times, only 4 that didn't end up in war. The first one is when the Spaniard took over from the Portuguese. The second one is when the Americans took it from the British. The third one, when the Soviet Union crumbled in the late 80s and early 90s. And the fourth one, the ascensions of Germany in the European Union. The other 12 end up in war. And what happened if this interaction between China and the United States as the hegemonies of the world, the one that will suffer is our region. Why? Because the war, the misunderstanding will be in the South China Sea and the East China Sea. So this is a very troublesome trend that the region faces, and this is something that we have to to avoid. Lee Hsien Loong, the Prime Minister of Singapore, wrote in a great length, saying that if we cannot avoid war, if we cannot create dialogue in the region, then the century of Asia, they call it this time is Asian century, will go and disappear. And who is the victims of this? Is the people of Asia itself. So right now, my job is not only our job is not only to make sure that there is a dialogue in the region, to make sure that there will be an avoidance of deficit of trust and an avoidance of misunderstanding. And this is to create prosperity and to create peace in the region as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are probably the same age of my kids. This is something that we have to create. Bali Democracy Forum is one of the avenue for us to create this understanding, to create and to avoid this deficit of trust, and for you to exchange notes with one person to another, in the circumstances that we're facing with the COVID-19. So your challenge never been seen in the history, in the modern history at least. But your challenge is clear and presently in danger. So you need to avoid that. And in order to do that, dialogue will be something that you have to do. So I hope this Bali Democracy Forum can create a new understanding, the first instance of light that you need to create, that is dialogue and create understanding. Talk about your challenge, talk about your opportunity, and of course, for one thing, you have to create together. That is peace and prosperity for all the people in the world. I would like to thank everyone that participating in this dialogue, in this forum. And this is, I think, will be a good opportunity for you to talk to each other, exchange your notes, and then again, create peace and prosperity. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for the keynote speech, and thank you for giving us the outline of the future challenges that we might encounter in the future. Thank you. We are very honored you're making time to be present here in Bali Democracy Students Conference in the midst of your very busy schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving forward to our first panel discussion under the theme of Youth Perspective on how democracy is dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. And this discussion will be led by my colleagues, Muhammad Rizky, and we'll be joined with four very distinctive speakers. So without further ado, Rizky, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Karen. Good afternoon from Bali, Indonesia. Honorable Ambassador of Indonesia to the United States of America, Honorable Acting Director General of Information and Public Diplomacy, distinguished panelists, delegates, and hello diplomats. Welcome to the 4th Bali Democracy Students Conference with this year's theme, Democracy, Youth, and COVID-19. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Rizky, and I'll be the moderator for the first session of this 2-day conference. I would like to greet our 4 outstanding panelists for the first session as follows. For the first speaker, we have Mr. Edbert Gani Suryahudaya. He is a researcher of the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Our second speaker, we have Mr. Ridwansyah Yusuf Achmad. He is the expert staff of West Java Governor. Our third speaker, we have Ms. Vanessa Boy. She is the president of Global Action that joined us virtually from Italy. Good morning, Ms. Vanessa.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello, thank you for joining us.
Thank you to you for inviting me. It's an honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. And our first speaker, I would like to greet Ms. Anak Agung Mia. She is currently the head of ASEAN International Studies Center, University of National Education of Bali. Thank you for joining us. Before we begin the first panel of this today's conference, I would like to inform our today's session format. For every panelist has 15 minutes to deliver their presentation respectively. We will gather all the questions raised by participants as well as delegates through application Slido, as it's written in the chat box of this Zoom. After the presentation, we'll give the opportunity to 5 selected participants based on their submission to the organizing committee, as well as the question asked through the application Slido, in order to convey their views for 3 minutes sharp, respectively. After the view deliberation from the participants, there'll be feedbacks as well as closing statement from each panelist before I will summarize for today's discussion. Without further ado, let us begin for the first session. As we know that we, as the youth, as the leaders of tomorrow, we play a significant role to take part in this pandemic with our own respective sectors. As our conference is about democracy, COVID-19 has also impacted on how democracy works during the pandemic. In the first session, we will discuss more on what are the challenges of democracy, youth political participation, democracy preservation, as well as what are the lessons learned that can be taken, especially from democratic countries in responding to this global pandemic. Therefore, to have a comprehensive understanding, as well as to enrich our knowledge in how democracy is related with this COVID-19 pandemic, as well as what are the youth's perspective in this issue, we will discuss more on this first panel topic with topic youth perspective on how democracy is dealing with COVID-19 pandemic with our experts today. Without further ado, let me introduce the amazing lineup of the panelists for the first panel. For the first session, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Edbert Gani Suryahudaya. But beforehand, allow me to briefly present his curriculum vitae. So, Mr. Edbert Gani Suryahudaya, good morning, Mr. Edbert. How am I supposed to call you?
Just call me Gani.
Gani, okay. Hello, Gani, good morning. Thank you for joining us. So, Mr. Gani, he is currently the researcher in the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. He finished his bachelor degree in University of Indonesia in Political Science, as well as his master in LSE, London School of Economics and Political Science in Political Science and Political Economy. He has also a number of experiences as well as publications in various publications from national to international medias, as well as journals, newspaper, magazines, among others, Jakarta Post, Tempo, Kompas, Channels News Asia, as well as the CSIS Working Paper Review, as well as a number of comments in various medias in different topics, starting from politics, economy, and other sectors. He has also experiences in selected projects, among others in the Understanding Democracy Resilience, Lesson Learned from Indonesia and South Korea. Without further ado, please give a warm applause to Mr. Gani to deliver his presentation. Please welcome.
Thank you for a very humble introduction of me, Mr. Moderator. So good morning, everyone, distinguished panels, and of course, the participants. I'm always happy to talk in front of students, especially for this very wonderful event, Bali Democracy Students Conference. Thank you for the committee to inviting me, and I'm very humbled to be here among great panels that we have here. So, as requested by the committee, I will talk about COVID-19 and the challenges to democracy. But before I proceed, I need to remind you that I'm a researcher, so I'm trying to be as objective as possible because I'm not a diplomat, you're a diplomat. But okay, so maybe I need to tell you that I'm sorry if in my presentation I will become too academic, right? But I think I need to highlight some important data if we want to talk about democracy and in respect the democratic resilience in the pandemic area. Okay, can you play my presentation, please? So the topic of COVID-19 and the challenges to democracy is very exciting, and it's currently being discussed, especially among political scientists, researchers like me, and also for democracy activists around the world in various countries. The reason is that dealing with the pandemic requires, in many ways, actions that could possibly reduce individual freedom, right? Like, for example, like people are prohibited from traveling outside their homes or going from one place to the other, right? Because we are afraid that they will spread the virus from one place to the other. And people are prohibited from working at the office. So we are forced to work at home for months, right? And another example that the state prohibits us to do our social life like we never done before, okay? And in many contexts, it is necessary to restrict humans' behavior to contain the virus, right? But what is also a concern is if restricting human movement is used not only for containing the virus, but also to prolong an undemocratic government, okay? So the dangerous thing is if the various actions that are taken to overcome the virus or the pandemic are made to be normal after the pandemic, right? So it's not temporary. So it could possibly ruin the democratic foundation or the democratic system itself, if it continues, of course. Because as the ambassador told us before, that we have not seen the end of the tunnel yet, right? So we don't know when this ends. So because some of the containment measures are contrary to the principle of freedom, right? Which is the core foundation of democracy, the democratic values for some people. For example, many people feel like, I don't know, in many countries, right? That they have the right to choose whatever they want to do, even in a pandemic situation. Like, for example, in America, in the United States, we can see from the news that there are many people that refuse to use a face mask, right? It's very simple, and so on. So at the same time, like, we have heard so much conspiracy theories flourish everywhere in social media and any news. So for this reason, I'm trying to divide this presentation into 3 parts, okay? The first part will be discussing the democratic situation before the pandemic, right? The second part will then discuss the democratic situation during the pandemic. And the third part will discuss what we can anticipate in the future when the pandemic goes off. Okay, next. So, yeah, next. So part 1, before COVID-19. So, ladies and gentlemen, early this year, Freedom House, the notable international organization who's frequently evaluate the movement of democratic regime around the world, they publish a release on the performance of democracy in the world, in various countries. And this time, they named their annual report as a leaderless struggle for democracy. Me, myself, when I read this title, it's very intriguing, right? Like, what is a leaderless struggle for democracy? Do we need a leader for democracy, right? That's the question. And in their report, if we scan the report, Freedom House generally wants to alarm us that democracy is under threat, right? That's the message. And the threat comes from support for the democratic system, which is weakening from year to year. Okay, so it's not a unique phenomenon in 2020 maybe, but it's like a process for 14 years long. okay? And this condition is reflected in the data that you can see in the screen. In the past 14 years, they have noted that there is a consistent decline in freedom rates in many countries. And in this period, the number of countries where the value of freedom decrease is more than countries that have a freedom level that is rising. Okay? So what can we learn from this is that democratic regression is a trend worldwide, okay? Worldwide. Not regionally, but worldwide. And it is a process that is not just recently, as I said before. This happens not only in developed countries or Western countries, but also in developing countries or maybe Southeast Asia. Next. Next, please. So I would like to quote a critical article by Mario Soares. I think it's a very interesting article. You can find it you can Google it somewhere. So Mario Soares is the man who is known as the father of democracy in Portugal. He's the man who brings democratization in Portugal. So as we can read in the screen, he said that freedom, as demagogues claim, cannot feed empty stomachs. Those who seek to attack democracy will exploit conditions of injustice to discredit the system. So these words was in his article entitled with a very interesting title, The Democratic Invention in 2000. So Mario Soares wrote the article in the year of 2000. And the context of the paper is that he tried to predict what will be the challenges for democratic regimes around the world in the next 10 or 20 years to come, right? So Soares tried to remind the public that the trust in democratic system depends very much on the ability of the democratic institution to improve people's quality of life, right? Once again, so the public trust to the democratic system depends very much on the ability of a democratic institution to improve people's quality of life. And he said that demagogues, or in this context, I will call them populists, will always use the imperfection of the system of political democracy for their political interests. They will always exploit issues such as like poverty, inequality, and so on to destroy the institution from within. So the problem is these populists compete, okay? They compete in an electoral system that is actually democratic, okay? They was chosen in a democratic system, but they do not substantially choose to follow that they do not substantially follow the democratic values substantially. Okay, next. And it is interesting for me because 20 years, exactly 20 years after the writing, so Soares' prediction seems to be correct for me. Okay, it's very interesting, right? Like in various parts of the world, we find many populist leaders like scattered around the world. But one might say that the definition of populism is very broad, okay? It's very broad. It could be like a positive side of populism and maybe a negative side. But maybe we can use the definition by Achmad. According to Achmad, he's a political scientist, a professor, who can help us at least to understand the main features of populism. So we can read here that populism is a thin ideology with two components. The idea of a pure people pitted against a corrupt elite, and belief that politics should be an expression of the will of the people. Okay? So we can see at least in here, in the slide, at least three populists that I identified in various parts of the world, starting from Donald Trump maybe in America, United States, and Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, or maybe Narendra Modi in India. based on the definition by Achmad, I would like to move to the next slide. So basically, all of the populists trying to capitalize the essential features. Like first, they built the insider versus outsider narrative. And also they're trying to act, or maybe they think they act, on behalf of the people's will. And it undermines the spirit of collaboration that maybe we already heard from the Mr. Ambassador before. Okay. Next. So there are many types of populism. Okay, there are many types of populism, but in summary, maybe we can use 3 main types of populism here in the slide. I use this characteristic made by the International Idea Institute, and I think it's a very rigorous understanding of populism. So maybe we can use cultural populism, socio-economic populism, anti-establishment populism as an example to explain what is the narrative that they use for recent years. So here, we can see the example of how each type of populism plays on the narrative of insider versus outsider, or in other words, us versus them. Okay? And this narrative is very worrying because if we have the agenda, like the Mr. Ambassador said, of building mutual trust between different groups, this is very essential, right? And this is quite worrying if we read the narrative from the slide. Like for example, for cultural populism, who's the people? Who's us? It's the native members of the nation state. So they define their own native people, okay? And who is the others? Who is them, right? So the others are the non-natives, the criminals, ethnic and religious minorities, cosmopolitan cities, okay? So they define the others as someone who have different identities with them, okay? And the key themes that they use is that emphasis on religious traditionalism, right? Conservatism, if you have heard that kind of theory before. Law and order, national sovereignty, migrants and enemies, okay? And how about the socio-economic populism? The same. Who's the people? The hardworking, right? The workers, the honest members of the working class, right? Which may transcend the national boundaries in some sense. And who are the others? The big businesses, the capital owners, foreign or imperial forces that prop up an international capitalist system. That's the narrative, right? Okay. And the key themes: anti-capitalism, working class solidarity, foreign business interests as enemies and often join. The last one, the anti-establishment populism. Who are the people? The people are hardworking, honest victim of a state run by special interests. So they want to targeting the establishment, the status quo, right? And who are the others? The political allies who represent the prior regime, the status quo. And the key themes is purging the state from corruption, strong leadership to promote reforms. So all of these narratives, maybe we have heard from the news and how the politicians from around the world using these narratives to gain political support, right? Next. So in a trend, sorry if there's so much graph and data in my presentation, but because I'm a researcher, yes. So in a trend, it's a very interesting trend for me because in a trend, cultural populism has the highest increase from year to year. So it's the existing leaders in the various countries, okay? That is why maybe we see the symptoms of xenophobia in many various countries, okay, in any part of the world. And this is contrary, of course, to democratic values, which demand inclusivity and equality from various cultural and maybe identical backgrounds. Okay, so this graph, I show you this graph just to warn us that by number, this populace is increasing by time and time. Okay, next. So when I read the article from The Economist, like you read in the slide, I'm very triggered by this research. Why? I want to read this for you. In highly democratic countries, our model, their research, thinks that the probability that such a middling person would favor a strong man, okay, a strong man, rose from 29% to 33% between 1998 and 2020. Okay. In countries with unhealthy democracies, the increase for such a middling person has been far greater, rising from 44% to 62%. Okay, and the growth has been particularly high in Latin America, Southeast Asia, and former Soviet states. Okay, and this one is the most important thing that I think need to be concerned about. They found that young people, we are the young people, tend to be the most susceptible to autocratic preferences. Okay, right-wing and less educated people also lean that way. Okay, so this study from The Economist shows that the populist leaders actually getting support from the community. Okay, so basically they reach the demand from the society. Okay, like strong man, okay, strong leader. I need a strong leader to reform my country, etc. This is why the decline of democracy that the Freedom House noted before at the beginning of my presentation is seen. Okay. Next. Now I want to move to the second part of my presentation. Now we talk about the condition in the middle of the pandemic. Next. So I just trying to show you how Director General of WHO is very worried about the situation in the community, in our community, that he said, we're not just fighting a pandemic, we're fighting an infodemic with hoax, misinformation, false accusation, and many more. Okay. Next. Next. And it's just an example for you. Okay. As an example, you can agree or not, right? So I took two quotes from two, for me, populist leaders that I mentioned before. Okay. Donald Trump, for example, he said that at the beginning of the pandemic, he said, it's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear. Maybe everyone has watched the video, right? Meanwhile, at different time and different moment, Bolsonaro in Brazil, in an interview with the media, he said, we are all going to die one day. Chill, man, right? And this sentences show that the leaders underestimate or undermine the COVID-19 pandemic and deprive people of the opportunity that we might have before. Okay. Next. And I want to show you what are the challenges for a democratic regime in a COVID era. And I used the research by Young, Richard, and Alan Pursuit.
Sorry, Mr. Gani, you have 3 minutes left.
3 minutes? All right, I think I just used this slide then. So some governments are using the public health crisis to further curtail the democratic activities. Okay? So there are many aspects that they brought up in their report, but I just want to talk about it briefly. So the first one, excessive violence by security forces. Yes, maybe we need a force to contain the virus, and the action is necessary during a pandemic. But however, democracy should provide certainty that this firm action does not continue whenever the pandemic goes off, like I said before. And the second one, interrupted elections and electoral integrity challenges. So elections, in my opinion, should be postponed if this is not possible in an urgent situation, of course. But however, when it was postponed, many countries in their report did not provide the certainty about the postponement date. And moreover, it happens in many undemocratic regimes or hybrid regimes. Next, pandemics are used to suppress opposition, evaluating the government's performance in dealing with the pandemic, right? And then misuse of digital surveillance, increase disinformation. And I just finished, maybe you have watched The Social Dilemma on Netflix, a very entertaining, for me, documentary. And I think the documentary is very relevant in this context. And it's very timely. And I recommend you to watch it to see how the misinformation could actually harm the society, okay? And the monitoring of this behavior is a concern, especially the surveillance, misuse of surveillance by Yuval Noah Harari in his commentary in Financial Times. He said that there would be more and more details during a pandemic that a state can derive from the people, from their people, and that data drawn from the people itself make the ruler, whoever it is, very powerful and can control even more challenging after the pandemic. And in normal situations, the last problem is that even in the normal situation, the minority rights and vulnerable groups are very, very hard to be accommodated. How about in the pandemic era, right? So I think I have, do I have still time? It's finished. Finished? Can you next slide? The last slide maybe. Because I still have 1, 2 metadata that I want to show you guys, but okay, before that. So for a closing step, to close my presentation, I think 3 important points should be taken note. First, as the Mario Soares said, demagogues of the world will continue to denounce democracy as the cause of all misery, okay? When adequate governance is where the problem really lies, okay? Long-running issues such as human resources, overlapping regulations, and bureaucratic politics have to do with matters of a more institutional and technocratic nature rather than with democracy itself, okay? And the last one, the solutions to these problems lie neither in suppressing civil liberties nor in creating autocratic governments. I'm sorry if I take you too long for my presentation, but maybe we can discuss it later in the Q&A. Thank you, moderator.
Please give one more applause to Mr. Gani for such a very comprehensive explanation as well as his ideas on the first subtopic of this first panel regarding what are the challenges of the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. Now we would like to move to our second panel. We have Mr. Ridwansyah Yusuf Achmad. He'll be speaking on what are the youth political participation during COVID-19. During COVID-19. For Mr. Yusuf, you have 50 minutes to deliver your presentation. Please give a warm applause to Mr. Ridwansyah Yusuf Achmad.
Very good morning, everybody from around the world. Very happy here to be in Bali. First time traveling after the pandemics. Last time was the 2nd of March, traveling from Istanbul back to Indonesia, and then the pandemic starts, so we cannot go anywhere. So very happy to be here. I would like to start my presentation. Okay, the title of presentation that I would like to convey is how youth can make democracy works amid this COVID-19 pandemics. I think this is one of the important issues, as we understand most of the countries in the world adapting the democratic regime. So it's a very challenging things, as Pak Lutfi mentioned on his keynote speakers also, that collaboration is something that we really need to advance the world in the future. We can go to the next slide. So the things that I really understand about democracy is something that have the capacity for innovation and adaptations. So if we see how technology being advanced is because of the openness of the people. Before the democracy, all the scientists, all the innovators being banned or being go to jail, by some religious institutions or by the leaders because they are not so keen on something new. In some countries, it even that innovations or something new is against God. But for democracy, innovation is something part or the soul of the democracy itself. We see how the technology has been advanced. Pak Lutfi again mentioned about some new technologies, including the artificial intelligence that will create and shape the future of the world. And then, as I understand that democracy also give a pathway for adaptations. Here we can see in all over the world we have various type of democracy. We have a typical two big parties like in the States with the Republican and Democrats. We have multi-parties like Indonesia with might make another confusion. We have another soft democracy like Singapore, which always have a one winner democracy. We have Malaysia that always have a drama. So then that type of democracy is good because there's the local knowledge of every country. So what I would like to emphasize on my session now is how this pandemic should have their own way to solve the problem, how every country should have their own local knowledge in dealing with the pandemics, how democracy can give the path for innovators, scientists, universities, companies, NGOs, researchers like Pak Gani to solve as part of the solution of this COVID-19 pandemic. The underlying keyword will be collaborations, as I think Pak Lutfi mentioned very well on his keynote speech. I would like to go to the next slides. The next slides, I quote from data that being stated by Forbes magazine. Yesterday was the International Statistic Day, if I'm not wrong. So we can trust in statistics and we can lie with statistics. So it depends on how you see. But the data said, Forbes said that democratic country tends to be more prepared in terms preparing the pandemic. So this is the data sheet. So despite that some leaders of this country have not a good leadership, but we can see the United States still more prepared. They have the most ICUs, they have the most lab, they have the best vaccines or medicine company. They have money. They can buy ventilators, even they give to us, to Indonesia and other part of the world. So they have everything. So despite they have what Pak Gani mentioned on presentation, have issues on leadership, they're doing quite well because they have the basis to serve the people when the pandemic happened. UK, as we see on the National Geographic, they are also being recognized as the best healthcare in the world. And then the Netherlands, where I was studying there for 2 years in 2020. So democratic country, because of the openness on everything, they have more preparation in facing the pandemics. That's what the data says. On the next slides, I would like to emphasize that democracies have shown the power and failure of the diverse and independent civil societies, which have the freedom to mobilize the confront of crisis in this sort. Companies, universities, education institute, foundation, NGOs are cooperating and innovating with local authorities and internationally, whether to deliver medical relief or social support or to secure vaccine. So this is something that we need to connect. Sometimes in this typical democracy world, we have all the actors, we have all the stakeholders, but it's not easy to connect everything. And I think this is the role of the youth. How the youth in the companies, how the youth in the universities, how the youth in the government, like myself, advising the governor of West Java province, how the youth in the NGOs try to collaborate between each other. I currently involved in an NGO, well, it's not NGO, it's more on a data-driven team named Kawal COVID. So it consists of some people from various backgrounds. So there we share our data, there we share our experience, there we share also our challenge, and also we share something that we think we cannot solve. And how it happens, because of this youth usually consists of people from age 20 to 40, we can define that as youth. We can share what happened in West Java and then duplicate in other provinces. Let's say now I'm in West Java trying to adapt what in Sumatra Barat, in West Sumatra did in terms of the pool testing. Now I understand from Jakarta, the capital city, they do a very well management on the lab. So that's how the youth can collaborate. It's not a formal institute, it's just a WhatsApp group. But then it makes change. From that group, I've been introduced to various type of researchers, experts, epidemiologists. And what happened? I can introduce that epidemiologist and expert to my governor, and then we can come up with a new option on dealing with this pandemic. Or any kind of, even a political wise, we deal to manage some additional budget for some cities. And even in some ways, I connect some small cities in Central Java to do the testing in West Java, because they don't have the capacity to do the testing. But with this informal connection, we can help them. So I think that's the spirit of the youth. Youth is not that formalized. Youth is not that bureaucratic. Youth is not something that to be administrative. Youth can connect everywhere without boundaries, as long as there is shared value and common understanding on something what we want to achieve. I think youth can collaborate in many ways. I think it's something that we need to understand. If youth doesn't have that spirit of collaboration, we need to question whether they are youth or not. I mean, history said that. I'm a favorite fans of biography and history. Now in Netflix, as we say, there's a lot of historical documentary on Romans, Ottomans, even the Greece, the US, and etc. And I understand that most of the change and the transformation is from the youth, because they don't have that kind of boundaries to connect all these stakeholders. To the next slides. So some experts try to classify this as what they so-called as pentahelix strategy. Consists of the government, the academics, the media, the community, and the business. I noticed, at least on these chairs, we have Pak Gani as the academics. We have Bu Mia as the, academics also may be part of the community. I'm also advising the government and also do some business. And also we have media here, of course. So this kind of collaboration, something that we need to establish. And youth can be on all stakeholders. They can be in the government. Pak Rizky is in the government now. So we hope to have better diplomats in the future, because of the youth have more exposure on many good things. And we hope to have a good media in the next coming years. So this pentahelix strategy, I think something we need to understand, and how we can shape the ecosystem of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic landscape with this pentahelix approach. We go into the next slides. Politics is always being influenced on opinion and media. So even I'm as a Muslim, I understand that the history of Moses and Pharaoh. So even in that time, there's a hoax, there's an opinion. there's a gossips, there's something. Even in a Muslim, we understand in Prophet Muhammad, there are also some hoax even at that time. So hoax, fake news is not something new. It's already since the past, right? So, and digital technology shaped the democracy landscape. Pak Gani mentioned very well how this being influenced. But now, as we also refer to Pak Gani said before, the social dilemma in Netflix, I think social dilemma make us see what we want to see. If we already like radicalization, we will be more radicalized. If we be a cebong, we'll be more cebong. If we be more kampret, we'll be more kampret. It's Indonesian terms of political joke. Sorry for another countries. So if we want to see that our leadership is not good, social media will provide a very good ecosystem to make us more convinced that the leadership is not good. If we don't like, let's say, Donald Trump, the social media will be a good platform to have more understanding that we don't like Donald Trump. But if we like Donald Trump, the social media will tell us the good things of Donald Trump. So I think it's something that we are very challenging in this democracy. In 2004, when I was high school, I think social media is not exist yet. I mean, what are friends tell, like, I mean, it's not social media. They have Facebook, but not that dynamic as today. But today we see that how the political parties try to engage with social media and even make a chaos condition in social media. I did a campaign for Governor Ridwansyah since he was a mayor and the governor. I saw that there are very different conditions between in social media and the real life, especially in urban and rural area. If we go to the remote area, there are no such of that social media. They are more, how you call it, humble, they are more open, but they are not that influenced by social media. But in the urbanized area, I believe social media have many effects, and I think youth have the significant role to neutralize what happened in social media. If youth are playing the wave of the social media chaos, I think it's something that we need to reconsider how we can play the game. As we understand today, even in Indonesia, there is newly introduced omnibus law, which stimulate a new wave of demonstration in Jakarta and also in Bandung, in my city. It might also something very challenging for the pandemic because people crowd, pandemic can be spread, which is not good. And then in addition with on the demonstration, the social media also make the news more hot. So it make the people go to demonstration. Even yesterday, there's also another demonstrations in Jakarta. We go into the next slides. I think I will talk about the fake news. Yes, yeah. The fake news, I think I already mentioned before. There's a lot of fake news from the past until now. We have the role how we can neutralize the fake news. We're going to the next slides, more on the political wise. So there are three things that I want to try to emphasize before I end my presentation. First, the elections in Indonesia. In December, we will have 270 elections, if I'm not wrong, in the local level. Election is important to have a continue leadership on the local level, but we have also to aware that there are also a challenge of the pandemics between this campaign of election. How the youth can make their impact to make sure that even though there's no such big campaign, we need to make sure that the people can understand what are the vision, mission, and the program of the newly candidates. I mean, in the States now, they also have the national election between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. The campaign is not as as big as the normal before the COVID, but this is a challenge to have like what we so called as asymmetric informations between all the candidates. The next ones, I think what also youth can do in terms of how to shape the democracy. The next slides, please, is how we can push the parliaments to have a good budgeting plan and good program for against the COVID. In Indonesia, particularly on the provincial and the municipal level, the parliaments have a very big influence because the budget is not only determined by the mayors or the governors, but also from the parliaments. If the parliaments have the good knowledge on the pandemics, of course, they will shift the budget of the infrastructure and development in against the COVID. But if they doesn't have any knowledge on that, it's very hard to shift the budget. I understand on many municipalities, there are many youth that now already sit on the parliament level. So I think it's an opportunity for us, if you have access to political party or political party youth or student wing or movement, to convey our message that the parliament should also involve actively in arranging a sufficient budget for fighting against the COVID. The next slides. Apart from the parliaments, we also have the challenge of leadership. This is the face of the G20 leaders. I think Indonesia is there. Yes, there's President Jokowi there. So leadership in the middle of crisis is something very important. We can decide, we can determine whether a leader is good or not if they are facing the crisis. I know, as Pak Teguh Fauzi and Pak Lutfi mentioned in the beginning, that nobody really know how to face the COVID. So we understand even in Indonesia there are some changes in terms of how the protocol and etc. But I think we are doing well. Democracy give an opportunity for us to tell to our leaders, to critique our leaders, to give an advice how to deal with this. I know that there are no such final or good experience. Well, we have New Zealand one case, but they are separate islands. They are locked down fairly early. We have Taiwan, they are fairly close now. But in terms of like big countries, Indonesia, the States, the Europe, even Netherlands, they happen to have another wave last week. So I think we need to be patient until the vaccine is there, until we have the final conclusion on how we're going to deal with this pandemic. Last but not least, my slides is how youth can help and how youth can shape this democracy. I think there's a lot of things we can do. You can read it on the slides, but there are something that I would like to point out first, how youth can actively involve in politics, because politics can shape democracy and the democracy can push the leader and the leader can make a good decision. That's how it works. So that's the first, active in politics. Second, active in the social life. Of course, we have a lot of people now that not as good as us. Millennials, not only us who have this privilege to talk in or discuss in the Bali Democracy Forum. Laborers, there are millennials. There are some, people who selling fruits, selling, anything on the roads. There are also millennials. There are also youth. There are also youth that we need also to care. So if we have some extra cash or extra budget, don't forget to share to all the people that might need our help. The third one, I think, one of the role of the youth will be on the fake news, on the hoax. How we can fight against this, because as Pak Gani again, sorry I quote you a lot from the not the CEO, the DG of WHO, yeah. It's not only about the pandemic, it's about the infodemics. I think it's something that we are facing. You know that today there are information that the vaccine is not good. There's our information that COVID is being artificially set up by a country which is not productive for our fight against COVID. There's also information on how politics make the COVID worse. How this is a business, maybe they read a lot or too many or Da Vinci Code novels, something like that. On the last novel of Da Vinci Code, there's a pandemic issues like from the water in Istanbul. So that might be connect with that. That kind of infodemics, infopandemics, right? What is so called, is also make us suffer more. If there's no hoax, maybe we can just try to fix all the pandemics very well. So to conclude, I think there's a lot of things that we need to do. Just to emphasize again, politics is something. If politics is us, everything is politics. So if we can push the politics, we can push for a better living. we can push for a better condition afterwards, after the pandemics. To that end, thank you very much, and I hope to have a further discussion ahead.
Thank you very much for Mr. Ridwansyah. Thank you very much for Mr. Ridwansyah Yusuf Ahmad, Mr. Yusuf. Please give one more applause to Mr. Yusuf for giving us a very such a very energetic and bright spirit for us as the youth. That what are the youth's role in this pandemic situation? In which, if I may summarize 3 main points of what are the youth participation, among others. First thing first is how we can involve in politics, because politics can shape the democratic as well as push the leaders, and how democracy works in order to democracy works efficiently and effectively, as well as in our social life. We as the millennials do not forget to share. We live this together in the world. We're not alone. So if you have some extras, kindly give to others who are in needs, as well as we as the youth, as we know that there are so many fake news, hoax, conspiracy, stereotypes all over the places in the digital era. As we quote from the DG of WHO that we also face the epidemics, how we could neutralize the fake news and how we could be the neutralizer of this issue. Thank you again for Mr. Yusuf. We would like to talk more later in the next session for the discussion. Now I would like to give the floor for our third speaker. We have Miss Vanessa Boy that joined us virtually from Italy. But beforehand, allow me to briefly introduce her curriculum vitae. So Miss Vanessa Boy, currently, she is the president of the Global Action. She is the head delegation of Italy for G7 Youth Summit from February 2020 until today. Last year in the Bali Students Conference, she was the moderator for our conference. As for her education, she finished his master degree in Luis Guido Cali in international relations with major social economic affairs in 2018, and currently she is a student for postgraduate master in Italian Society for the International Organization in Diplomatic Studies and Major Diplomacy. She has a number of experiences and professional experiences, internship, as well as writings and other volunteering experiences and skills as well. Without further ado, please give the floor to Miss Vanessa Boy.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this introduction and also for inviting me. As you said, last year I had the great chance to come to Bali and participate in the Bali Democracy Students Conference III. And it is a very huge event. It's an amazing experience for young people. So thank you very much to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia for organizing this forum and this kind of exchange for young people to discuss. And I'm sorry with my colleague panelists for not joining you today there in Bali, but unfortunately I'm from Italy and it is impossible to travel now. But I had the chance to live the Bali life experience. So I hope also all the other delegates one day will have the chance to go to visit the beauties of Bali. It's really amazing. So I'm here today to talk about how preserve democracy in the time of pandemic. So the word democracy and consequently the word authoritarianism and dictatorship have often been pronounced recently during the global pandemic of COVID-19 that is affecting the world, as you may know. So I'm from Italy, as I said, where the situation until 5 months ago was very critical. So we had in total 420,000 cases, and we have now more than 100,000 still active cases. The worst data is that we lost 36,000 Italian citizens to whom we always address our thoughts. We have renounced to our daily routine and normal life for months. So you can imagine how and in which way these words, democracy and dictatorship, could have been used during these months and how they are still argued during these days, specifically oriented in a way related to a health dictatorship, we can say. But what does democracy really mean? Is that possible to give a unique definition? This is the question I think that political scientists try to answer all over the past years, and for sure it's hard to establish which one is the right one. So literally the word democracy means government of the people, so led by the people and ruled by the people. Consider that the word democracy is inserted also in the official names of some of the countries having the most controversial and discussed forms of government. Just think about the People's Democratic Republic of China, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Democratic Republic of Korea, well known as North Korea, Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. So the question now becomes, what is the right way to involve people? So which form of government is really respecting the deep meaning of democracy? During the Cold War, democracies were automatically the Western countries, opposite to the socialist Eastern countries. There was not a specific definition, but was certain for each part which form of government was right. Specifically, the Western countries tried for years and are still trying to establish their forms of democracies in countries where the forms of governments were considered as regimes or dictatorships. I personally think that what is really sure is that democracy is always associated with the concept of human rights, first of all, freedom of press, freedom of opinion, freedom of speech, religion, the right to vote, and the right to participate in the political life of your country, taking part into the decision-making process. So those are some of the most important pillars, I think, on which rest democracies all over the world, and what people usually declare when you ask them about their personal opinion and idea of democracy. Then what happened during the recent global pandemic to these pillars? News all over the world underline that democracies, or to be more precise, the democratic institutions, are facing a crisis. It is assumed that a global pandemic is an extraordinary situation. You may agree on that. It's an emergency. So the main challenge is to respect democratic institutions such as the parliaments where the people are represented, continue giving citizens the possibility to participate into the decision-making process, even if the leaders have to take decisions very quickly, with the main aim to save people's life, taking care of their priorities and also their needs. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. So in my country, in Italy, we were the first country after China to face this emergency with tremendous high contagious rates. And of course, no one was prepared. I think it's impossible to be prepared to something like a pandemic. And also in Italy, at the beginning, we started finding obstacles in ensuring respect of democratic bodies, but once we realized the problem, the government took all the necessary measures to preserve our democracy. The first issue, when the outbreak of COVID-19 started and when the infection rates were out of control and we were under lockdown, was the insecurity for representatives to go out and meet in the parliaments. So Italy has 945 elective parliamentarians, and during the emergency of COVID-19, it was impossible to reunite all of them in the same room and proceed with the usual decision-making process. Also, the new technologies at the beginning were not easy to use because we were not used to discuss and to take decision in that way. So had been in fact declared the state of emergency in Italy and is still ongoing, with the main objective for the government of the Prime Minister to respond immediately to the emergency. But in some way, this decision at the beginning put aside the parliament. Specifically, the power has been concentrated on the government. So the parliament have been even more marginalized. In addition, another problem we faced that contributed to weakening our democracy was that communications, as also my colleagues panelists said, between the governmental bodies and citizens were not clear. And this created panic and confusion on the instructions to be followed by the people. So third, we all face strong restrictions to our basic freedoms, specifically the right to movement. And to respect this limitation, it has displaced the police all over the city streets, controlling and vigilating all day that the quarantine measures were respected, creating a sort of tense atmosphere that was not so good. So this has been the very first stage of the pandemic in Italy, but also in the other strong democratic countries all over the world. So after this first period of time when the situation started being under control and when all healthy protocols were established, it was possible to restart the work of parliaments and related institutions of the societies that was of course necessary to consult before taking the fundamental decisions for Italians' health, but also for Italian economy, for education, and for each field of people's lives. So in addition, besides the respect of democratic institutions, I think that the most effective way to preserve democracies during a pandemic is using transparency. So after an initial moment of unclear communications, it was understood that it was necessary to establish a direct line of communication with the citizens, to give them updates, to give them official instructions on the pandemic. In the Italian case, the communications were mainly given by our Prime Minister, Giuseppe Conte, through official conferences. So keeping people informed on the real situation that the whole country is facing and being clear on the real risks and the real data is essential, not to scare citizens, but to make them conscious of the challenges to be faced and also to ask for their cooperation. Furthermore, while certain restrictions on fundamental freedoms may be essential, to curb the spread of the virus, any such measure must be transparent and implemented with oversight, with democratic oversight, and should be necessary also and proportionate to achieving a legitimate aim. So after the hardest period of the pandemic, to achieving this hardest period, the restrictions to people freedoms have been also relaxed, luckily. And thankfully, that is what has been done in Italy and in the majority of the EU countries, and that is how pandemic is being handled by policymakers. Unfortunately, this is not happening all over the world in the same way. Some leaders actually are using pandemic to increase their power and eliminate their opposition. So Freedom House researches states that since the coronavirus outbreak began, the condition of democracies and human rights has grown worse in 80 countries. Specifically, the countries that had already weak democracies are the ones who are struggling more and suffering from strong forms of abuse of powers by their leaders. If we look further into their scenario, we can underline 5 types of abuses. So first, many governments used the global pandemic to interrupt the electoral process scheduled in their countries, continuing their mandates as it was legitimate. So giving people the possibility, of course, following all the sanitary measures, to express their opinion through the election is the most important aspect of democracy. So it is one of its roots, and not giving people this opportunity, you're violating a human right. Then we can find out prolonged interruption of legislative meetings. As I mentioned before, also in those countries, considered full democratic countries, this happened at the very first stage of the pandemic. The representatives' bodies were not able to meet, discuss, and decide quickly as was requested in order to make the right decisions for the country. This happened at the same time or a bit after all over the world, but unfortunately, not all the governments reacted trying to find a solution. So can you imagine authoritarian governments used this consequence of the emergency in their favor to concentrate all the power in their hands, clearly violating people's rights. Third, another very big issue is media restriction. So media information has been manipulated in some countries in order to do not give people the perception of the dangerous situation they were facing and how really the country has been handling that. In this way, mistakes, can you imagine, can be very easily covered and the perception of reality can be drastically altered. And then as fourth point, we can find that detention or arrests have been used in some countries as an opportunity to further repress political activists, right defenders, doctors, journalists, arresting dozens of them, denying them basic assistance in places of detention, and placing several of them in terrorist lists. So this with the main objective to eliminate political opposition to the regimes without having to give any kind of explanation to the whole world, concentrate, of course, in the pandemic-related issues. Finally, as fifth point, we can find the police violence. So surveillance augmented, violating citizens' privacy. Police and army forces abused their power with the excuse of vigilating the quarantine measures. In addition, marginalized communities in these countries are facing the worst consequences. So ethnic and religious minorities have been put under harsher restrictions with lockdown measures applied in a discriminatory manner to these segments already marginalized of the population, especially now that the eyes of the international communities are kept on the national situations. So those are just some of the unacceptable aspects of the attempts to democracy that are being perpetrated all over the world. So we need now, I think, to concentrate the world leaders' attention to the respect of basic human rights, even if each country is facing an emergency situation, such a pandemic, of course, is. Finally, I think that it is essential to underline that democracy is suffering, yes, around the world, but the public's demand for it has not been extinguished. I think that young people have a predominant role, as also the ambassador said before. We need to make our voices heard by the heads of states, not just for our countries, but also for the countries where this is not possible. Establishing tables of discussions as this one and talking out loud of preserving basic human rights in emergency situation is essential, and just pretending, demanding, and standing for what is ours, we can have the rights that people earned for us during our histories, and that we must protect and preserve for the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Ms. Vanessa Boy for sharing how democracy works in Italy during the pandemic, as well as the situation happening in Italy for these past months. If I may to summarize several points that was raised by Ms. Vanessa Boy, among others, that we know that in Italy is the second country in the world after China that faced the emergency situation, the pandemic, in which there are a number of rising cases as well as infection rates, and we know that from the news that there are a national emergency situation in Italy itself and the lockdown, and also there are many regulation that was being done by the government of Italy in order how to tackle as well to contain the virus. But how in the scenario of the pandemic that Italy could, I would say, try not to have any parliamentary system works during the pandemic because of this crisis. And I think that is something that we could take as a lesson learned from this pandemic from Italy. So that way, we would like to move forward to our fourth speaker that will talk more about what are the lessons learned from democratic countries during this pandemic. We have on the list is Ms. Anak Agomia Intentilia, but beforehand, allow me to read out her curriculum vitae. Currently, Ms. Mia is the head of ASEAN International Studies of University of National Education in Bali. She finished her bachelor degree in Untitled University in International Relations in 2017, as well as her Master of Arts in Rijk Universiteit Groningen, Netherlands in 2019, in International Relations as well as International Organization just last year with cum laude prediction. She has also numerous experiences, among others internship in the Embassy of Indonesia in The Hague last year, as well as research assistant in the Middelburg Human Rights Law Consultancy, as well as in Udaya University. She has also a number of work experiences as a lecturer, co-founder of Suryahudaya Learning Center from 2017, as well as research assistant. She has also numerous experiences in paper, especially research paper and presentation in different articles, as well as international exposure, among others, as a youth ambassador, and also public speaking activities and various achievements from national and provincial level. Without further ado, please give the floor to Ms. Mia.
Thank you very much. Om Swastiastu, greetings from Bali. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Agung Mia. I'm a Balinese. I was born and raised in Bali. So as a host today, let me welcome you all. I would like to welcome you all to Bali virtually. So today we face a lot of challenges. We face a lot of new things and new activities because of this COVID-19 pandemic. But I'm sure all of the participants are still very excited, and I hope you can get new information and some insights from our panel discussion. I'm very honored to be here. I'm very honored to talk in front of all these young students from various countries all over the world with these remarkable speakers and also with Ms. Vanessa as well. As mentioned by the moderator previously, I'm currently a lecturer. I'm an academic, and also I'm the head of ASEAN and International Studies Center at Universitas Pendidikan Nasional, one of the biggest private universities here in Bali. Therefore, I would like to highlight my points in terms of education perspective. Can I see my presentation? Okay, so for today, my topic is about success story of democratic countries in responding COVID-19, lessons learned. Actually, this topic is quite challenging because we used to hear a lot of negative news. We used to hear a lot of negative information or some fake news or misleading information. But let's see for the next slide. In this pandemic era where we face a lot of problems, can we actually learn something? Is there any success stories to be shared? I would like to see from a different angle today, from a different perspective, to see the success stories or at least the efforts that's been done today and being implemented right now, and learn from that, learn something that we can improve in the future in terms of responding to this COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. Okay, in this presentation, I would like to highlight two key points. The first one is about digital transformation in education, and the second one is regarding the role of civil society, particularly in community-based responses. Let's take a look at the first point, digital transformation in education. When we talk about democracy and we talk about education, we believe that the crucial values of democracy can be introduced through education. We have to learn, we have to understand the core value of democracy. We have also to see the implementation of this core value of democracy in our real life. And education is highly crucial in transforming and transferring information related to democracy. And human rights in this context, part of the values of democracy is also includes the right to have proper education. And democratic countries aim to provide equal education access for everyone. But how about this time of COVID-19 pandemic? As a lecturer, I work at universities, I work in this education aspect, and I interact with students just like all the participants today, and I listen to their concern, I listen to their problems that they face during this COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. Okay, when we talk about success stories from democratic countries in terms of talking about digital transformation in education, especially during this pandemic, we see two key points here. The first one is on how the government have attempted to make some sort of partnership with private sectors in order to provide free internet access or subsidized internet access to students. When I talk to students and I hear their concern, they said that in order to access online platform, in order to learn through digital technology every day, they need internet access, they need proper internet connection, and they need data to do that. And their problem is that they have to spend more money with this time of pandemic, and especially here in Bali, the tourism sector is absolutely face a big challenge. And then the students, on the other hand, they have to still spend more money in terms of having this sort of internet access to access their online platform to learn every day. So the government have attempted to actually talk and cooperate with private sectors to provide free internet access or subsidy to the students. Example is Indonesia, and I've seen and I've read some information as well that other countries also have attempted to have this kind of a partnership and cooperation to help students. That's from one side. But on the other hand, there are a lot of students who have no access to internet connection, a lot of students who have no access to computer, to laptop, to smartphone. Then how about them? This is also a challenge for everyone, not only for the government, but also for the civil society and all of the aspects in our community to think about that. Another solution for those people who have no connection to internet, we have a learning program on radio and TV. In terms of education, in terms of providing equal education access to people, having this sort of program to have actual curriculum materials, to have actual school materials on radio and TV is actually one of the efforts that has been implemented by the government in various countries to reach more people who have no internet access or internet connection. Is it perfect? Not yet. And there are a lot of challenges still in terms of implementing these two programs. But this is the effort, and it is very related to the digital transformation in education in terms of COVID-19 pandemic. Let's see the next slide. So what can we learn from that? First, like it or not, we have to acknowledge that the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the digital transformation in education. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, yes, we had a lot of plans, we had programs that we are going to implement, and we are going to also utilize digital technology in terms of education. But with this COVID-19 pandemic, like it or not, whether we say we're ready or not, we have to have this digital transformation in education. And there are a lot of adjustments that we need to do, a lot of adjustment that we need to make in terms of the methods, the learning methods, and also the curriculum. Here, I believe that all the participants, the students here, you maybe face one or two or more challenges during this online class, during this COVID-19 pandemic, but let's talk and let's find the solution together on how the lecturer, the teachers have to adjust their methods and their way, but the students also have to embrace this kind of changes, embrace this kind of digital transformation in education. And what is the biggest challenge, in my opinion, from my perspective today, when we see that this is the lesson that we can learn, is in democratic countries, within the democratic countries, and to countries all over the world, we see that there is still the existence of digital divide, which means the gap among people, where there are people who can have access to information, to internet, to devices, but there are a lot of people who still have no access to this kind of a digital technology. So that's the challenge that we must talk, the challenge that we must overcome together. That's the first point of my presentation, which is the digital transformation in education. The second one, we can see in the next slide. The second one that I would like to talk today is about civil society in terms of community-based responses in this COVID-19 pandemic. When we talk about democracy, as mentioned by Gani and also mentioned by Yusuf, we talk about public participation. We talk about public involvement, on how public through their community can do something, on how public through their community can also provide solution that's happening right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Here in Bali, through the village, what we call as Desa Adat, or the village, we also try to use our culture, our tradition, and our custom here to work together, to cooperate, and help people within our community and also with other communities. Various initiatives is happening right now, is being implemented right now, which shows the sense of solidarity tolerance, and also collaboration, as mentioned by Ambassador Lutfi earlier in his keynote speech. Next slide, please. Okay, so for all of the participants, I would like to ask you guys, actually, have you seen this hashtag or have you used this hashtag, maybe that hashtag "we are in this together"? This is quite popular actually because it also has other hashtag related to this hashtag, like hashtag COVID-19, hashtag coronavirus. But this hashtag actually shows that people all over the world, we are facing the same problem together. Because we have the same problem, let's work together to find a solution together. Next slide. In relation to the community-led COVID-19 responses, I've read there are a lot of publications in media on how community help each other and try to overcome problems with their own solution within their community. Example we can see in the next slide. Healthcare access, food bank, and also clean water. And we also see a lot of student-led initiative in terms of providing interactive information. I've seen and I've read some information that in other countries, they also have some sort of like a community pantries, like a food bank. They also try to help vulnerable groups in terms of tackling or responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, a very important, yet it looks small, but actually very important, is like community hand washing station. So it shows a lot of initiatives made by the civil society. They actually contribute something. They actually participate to responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. And in Indonesia, in my personal experience as an academic and lecturer, I've seen a lot of student organizations. They are very creative. They created a lot of webinar to spread facts, to spread right information, and also to spread information, for instance, like how to wash your hands properly, and they make a creative video and then they post it on their social media. That's kind of example is part of a participation that can be done by students, and students all over the world, they are very creative and they've done this. So this shows that students also part of the community and they can also do something in responding COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. What we can learn from the second point. So the first one, I've talked about the digital transformation in education. The second one, I've talked about the role of civil society, particularly in community-based responses. We can see here that the increasing role of non-state actors mentioned earlier also includes the media, also business, and academic, the community as well. They have collective responses. And we are here as community to collaborate, to cooperate with the government in handling and responding to the COVID-19 pandemic together. When we talk about democracy, we talk about public participation. We talk about grassroots involvement and how people all over the world through their community can do something, can have this sort of bottom-up approach to propose something to the government and then work together with the local government to actually find solution together. But is there any challenges? A lot of challenges exist still right now. One of the biggest challenges that I would like to emphasize today is on the idea of inclusive society. Can actually the community work together and set aside their differences? Can actually community work together for a common good together? Can we actually continue to have a sustainable collective responses in the future? That's a big question and we need to discuss that. But students here have a very important role to participate in public participation and grassroots involvement as part of the values of democracy. To conclude, let's see my last slide of this presentation. Okay, so I use this background to make people more excited to see. Okay, this is a Bali virtually. To conclude my presentation, I'd like to again remind all the participants the core value of democracy that we are talking today in my presentation in particular is about human rights, including right to have access equally for a good quality of education. We also know that the core value of democracy is also about public participation, about public involvement. Therefore, I do believe in partnership and cooperation. I do believe that everyone needs to work together to strengthen our partnership and cooperation. And to end my presentation, I would like to use this time to encourage all the participants to use this time to contemplate what is actually your role as a student, particularly in this Bali Democracy Students Conference 2020. What can you do? Small thing, meaningful, and impactful. And even during this COVID-19 pandemic, I believe that no student should be left behind and education must go on, or in this context, must go online. Suksma, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Ms. Mia. I would like to quote for her last statement that is very intriguing. And also I would say that it would be quote of the day, that every youth, as well, especially for the students, we can do from the small thing, impactful and meaningful. No student is left behind. We can go online for education, as well as we can also show our contribution in different sectors. Thank you again for Ms. Mia. She emphasized on the issue of digital transformation as well as community-based experiences from the lesson learned as her expertise as well as background as a lecturer. That it is the duty for the government as to provide equal access for education as well as the quality for all citizens, especially for the students, by providing them the internet as well as the infrastructure and other supporting facilities. Now, we will, because of the time constraints, we would like to give the floor for the views from the participants that we have selected based on their submission to the committee. We have 5 speakers on the list. For the first speaker, we have Miss Nadia Latifah Nugraiheni. Do we have Miss Nadia? Nadia? For every speaker, we would like to advise to speak short for 3 minutes to express their views simultaneously. I'm sorry, in order. So for the first speaker, we would like to give the floor for Miss Nadia. The floor is yours.
Okay. Okay. Hear my voice well?
Yep, loud and clear, please.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, all delegates. The excellence to the greatest speakers of this panel session and the honorable to of Bali Democracy Student Conference 2020. And would like to say thank you very much for Ministry Foreign Affairs for heading and organizing this very great agenda, and honorable to all delegates from around the world. And I'm very grateful to meet all of you, though virtually. Let me introduce myself. My name is Natifah. I'm graduate student, Master of International Law, Wuhan University, China. Being the historical actor or the real witness of the COVID-19 pandemic, I was totally never imagined that COVID-19 will become a pandemic like a nowadays situation. You know, at the time I was finishing my master degree while feeling panic, afraid, and all undefined feeling at the time. And I would like to say thank you very much for Ministry of Foreign Affairs for providing a psychologue for us, a hotline 24 hours at the time to us the condition of students in Wuhan, and to us every our condition for every of us. I do believe that's the diplomacy and democracy we hand in hand and participate together to give a protection and benefit for their citizens. And dear all delegates, each and every one of us has settled in the uncomfortable new reality at the pandemic life. But hidden the pandemic is another struggle for the hearts and minds of people who shape the future health of Indonesian democracy. As the world fight the coronavirus, the COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia must also protect itself and its democracy against inaccurate and misleading information, create a healthy democracy networks. So this democracy student is a great platform for us. Young generation will hand in hands with government partner to make a good democracy networks. So I do believe with Mr. To chide the of the WHO that side that we are fighting not only for virus itself but the infodemic that's spreading more than the virus. So all delegates, we are a generation will be the governance partner in a building a more inclusive and peaceful tomorrow. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia, for your thoughts and views. As well, thank you as well for your compliments to the government. It is the duty for the government to protect our citizens overseas. And thank you for your first-hand experiences at the time during the early stages of this pandemic. Now, I would like to give the floor to our second speaker to give his views. I would like to present Mr. Anibal Alejandro Gonzalez Quinteros. Do you have Mr. Anibal on the channel?
Yep, I'm here.
Yep. You have 3 minutes, sir. Please welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Anibal Gonzalez. I'm from Chile. I'm studying a Master of Development Studies in the University of Melbourne. It's an honor to listen to you and share with you this day. Also, thanks to the organizer committee for accepting me in this conference. One lesson that we can learn from the current COVID-19 pandemic is how important democracy is for a society. This pandemic has shown us how important is choose leaders who believe in science, leaders who understand the living condition of the population, and wisely establish priorities in critical situations. Leaders who understand as a first priority the health of their citizens, especially those who live in vulnerable conditions over economic interests. This next Sunday, my country, Chile, under the current COVID-19 circumstances, will vote in a referendum to decide whether or not we want a new constitution and if this new constitution should be written by elected members of the society or it should be written between elected members of the society and traditional parliament members. This referendum is a result of a social outburst started a year ago due to the social discontent of citizens about the inequalities of my country in pensions, healthcare, salaries, and education, originated by neoliberal reforms that perpetuate inequalities between Chileans and maintain privilege for a small percentage of the population. But also, the protests are the result of the disconnection of our politician system with their citizens. This system became elitist and did not understand the demand of their citizens over the years. Who understood the social discontent was the youth that was left behind of the prosperity promise offered by the free market, youth that get into debt to study a career in a university with questionable quality to face then a labor market which did not respond to the expectation created. This youth started a protest that was followed by millions of Chileans who took the street to demand social changes. Because of the Chilean youth, we started the protest the last year. This week, in a democratic exercise, we will decide the country that we want. We will decide if we want or not a country with less inequality and more representation. In summary, we will decide the future that we deserve. Please take care, vote, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alejandro, for sharing your thoughts and views. We hope that for the referendum will go as planned, as well as to show that democracy works in Chile, in your country. Now, I would like to give the floor to the third speaker, to Ms. Tasha Adila Amalia. Do we have Ms. Tasha?
Good afternoon, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, guest committees, fellow participants. I'm Tasha Dilamalia from University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak is a struggle of humankind. 40 million cases and 1 million confirmed deaths in 235 countries all over the world. The high number of casualties, the struggles of economy, social life, and politics. Everyone is stakeholders in this case with their challenges to face. Health protocols and lockdowns limit our agendas. People have been suffering. At this point, human rights, our rights, seem to be challenging to be fulfilled. We cannot go to school as we used to and are supposed to. Our country's economy is falling that our parents could not go to work. We see our loved ones anguished from the illness. Democracy's value of rights fulfillment is on its stake. The future does seem to be dark, not just for us in our home countries, but also for democracy. However, if we keep on thinking and acting like we are just victims of this current war, it will not take us anywhere. I believe the youth, us, we could light up the dark. We could light the candle called a hopeful future with democracy as the match. The existence of democracy is a big window of opportunities, and thanks to that, we could contribute more to society even during hard times. We could go hand in hand, give the best in us to help each other. As the pulse of democracy, all of us need to work together to keep it alive. Tremendous amounts of volunteering programs and forums, online or not, exist to help to fulfill the rights of the people, preserving democracy and provide solutions. Free education programs are there so we can help to provide education to those who cannot afford access to that. Food charities to help those with economic struggles. Conservations to keep the environment in check. Forums to discuss policies for better governance, also spread awareness and values of democracy. Through these, we could participate to contribute to both society and democracy. Our involvement is crucial to support the struggling society and government in this era. With us concerning and acting for issues we are facing, we could help to boost the restoration of our countries, help it be strong on its feet again to face the post-COVID-19 era, and our generation is the one that will take on future burdens if we do not act now. Preservation of the values and improving the quality of democracy in society are pivotal. The pandemic should not stop us from contributing to society and democracy. The success stories we have heard should be our motivation. Agents of change we are, agents of democracy we could be. It is our choice to be victims or the fighters of the future. So, which path of life do we choose? Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Tasha, very bold and very precise that we as the agent of change and agent of democracy. Now I'd like to give the floor to our first speaker. We have Mr. Muhammad Ruzain bin Ismail. To Mr. Muhammad Ruzain, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, so my name is Ridwansyah Ismail. I am a student from Brunei Darussalam, and I would like to say such an amazing discussion and information to the panelists as well as other speakers. So in my opinion, first of all, we cannot ever undermine what COVID-19 pandemic will have negative implications to the future and to the society. And what it requires is actually the leadership and the innovation and the ability for us as citizens to think critically in regards with this pandemic and any other future problems. For instance, how Brunei is dealing with the pandemic is that we have 1 active cases, and that's basically it. We don't have any cases for around 163 days, and that is thanks to the Ministry of Health and the citizens. So basically that itself is a multilateral cooperation between the government and the people. And I do believe that the government should actually ideate a proper de-escalation plan, which we are doing right now, and that has been going on so well. And other than that, youth and other age groups has to do something as well in order to participate to combat this COVID-19 pandemic. And based on what I've seen, non-governmental organizations, educational institutions, companies, and businesses has risen up to the occasion to ensure that they must survive during this pandemic, mostly moving towards digitization and the ability to adapt and to embrace the new normal. And I would say that for Brunei, it's quite a bit easy because we are not really densely populated as opposed to other countries. But nonetheless, in order for a nation to actually execute such plan, it requires the support from the ministries, complying and in accordance with the United Nations policies, as well as the support from the people. Most crucial component is understanding what is happening right now, because if you have no basic comprehension of the situation, then that will lead to a substantial setback to the community. So conclusively from my side, I do hope that all the nations there cooperate with one another, regardless of what matters that they have, because in this pandemic, we have seen a lot of negatives being happening, and that is all.
Thank you to Mr. Muhammad Ruzain. We know that for one thing that we can take from his views is that we as the youth, we have the ability to adapt for the new normal, as well as we can also lead for our student-led initiative. Now I would like to give for our last speaker to give her views. I would like to call Miss Erza Lasoturia Anansi Menrova.
Oh, am I audible?
Yes.
All right. Hello, everyone, the honorable organizer and delegates. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Erza Lasoturia Anansi Menrova, and I am studying at Immigration Polytechnic in Indonesia. Thank you very much for this precious moment. I am very honored to deliver my thoughts about youth perspective on how democracy is dealing with COVID-19. COVID-19 not only affects human health, but also all aspects of nations, politics, economics, and even the social culture in everyday life. In preventing the spread of COVID-19, it seems like the government is taking control of everything. But actually, it is not like that. It is possible to realize democracy and deliver people's voices. Youth, as the power of a country, has a big potential to carry out democracy. Haris Azhar said that students, which are also youth, make the alarm of democracy work. They are the ones who can detect and act if there are any errors in the government system. Youth is also more proficient in today's technological development that we rely on most in this time of pandemic. So how youth can take advantage of technology in this time of pandemic and carry out democracy in a proper way? There are three categories indicates the right democracy, especially in this COVID-19 pandemic. I abbreviated it to make it easy to remember as PVR. P stands for proper language and proper way without any violence and insults. This would support the voices to be delivered and prevent someone from being subjected to defamation libel. V stands for valid. For me, democracy without valid data is not democracy. It is an activity that is disturbing the community with spreading hoaxes and disinformation. So let's make sure the data is correct before submitting it to the public spaces. And R stands for responsibility. It will be very good to carry out democracy responsibly as a good citizen, especially regarding the health protocols. Do not defend justice, but violate justice itself, which can endanger the safety and oneself and others. Some of the ways that I could recommend that also meet those three categories are writing open letters to the government, juridical studies, journals, and articles that can simultaneously improve our literacy skills, insight, and self-quality. Also, convey useful information to the public with correct data through social media and educate people to implement health protocol. I believe that democracy is very important for the continuity of a country. We can support and collaborate with the government to fight this COVID-19, but remember, PVR, democracy with proper language and way, valid data, and responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing that I can quote from her view is that the urgency of data, that nowadays people talks about statistics, and every information or every regulation or any news that are being spread all over the places must have a very strategic as well as correct data and statistic as a supporting information. Now, we would like to give the floor, as we have questions from Slido. There are so many questions that were being raised by the participants, but because we have a very limited of time, we would like to mention several questions that we would like to give the floor to each panelist to answer for these questions, as well as perhaps maybe we can start from the feedbacks from each panelist for the views that has been delivered by the participants, followed by his or her answer to the question. So let's begin for the first question. The question is for all panelists. The question is, how can young people and the government collaborate to preserve democracy? Maybe I'd like to give the floor first to Ms. Gani, but kindly maybe give some words for your feedbacks for the view based on the views from the participant first before answering for the question. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I think I want to appreciate all the comments from the participants, and especially key points that I heard that are very important to be highlighted. First one is transparency, and because transparency is the core value of democratic regime or government. So if we want our government to keep the boundaries of democratic regime, we must act or giving our voice to the government, so the transparency can be the main value of the governing the pandemic. But I think I need to warn us about another issue that all of the participants have not been raising. The issue of recession of the economy. I think in addition to the danger of the civil liberties, the pandemic has caused a global recession that could possibly undermine and could be the threat of democracy itself. Why? Because the commitment to democracy sometimes correlate, like I said before, to the evaluation or the performance of the government. And an economic recession could bring up an emotional tension between citizens and also between politicians. So I think for the youth generation, especially all of the participants here, who will eventually find a job, right, after the survival period in this pandemic, we must to be aware of all of the policies from the government to create jobs. Okay, then I think that's the main issue after the pandemic. How the labor market could, I think, be flexible enough to find a way to create jobs for the young generation, like all of the participants here. So I think that's my another additional thought to be taken off from this very great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Gani. Now I would like to give the floor to our second speaker, to Mr. Yusuf. But beforehand, kindly, I would like to present your CV a little bit because I forgot in the first session. If I don't mind, maybe for 1 minute. So just to chill out for the session for a little bit. All right. So Mr. Yusuf, he finished his bachelor degree in engineering in Institute Technology Bandung, Institute Technology of Bandung in 2010, and and he finished his Master of Arts in Governance, Policy, and Political Economy in Erasmus University Rotterdam. Now he's taking another Master of Science in Global Cooperation and Policy in SOAS, University of London. He has also a non-degree education, among other seminars in Hawaii for the urban planning, as well as the visitor leadership program in Oregon on smart cities, as well as he has a number of experiences in organizations from faculties, organization, and other sectors. Currently, besides, he is working for the government of West Java. He's also the director for Margahayu Sharia Development Investment Limited Liability Companies, as well as Indonesia Strategic Institute. Now I'd like to give floor to Mr. Yusuf.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to appreciate on all the 5 speakers that enthusiastically give their talk on how youth can collaborate and contribute. I think all of the things that being mentioned is something we need to be done. It's easy to talk, like I'm talking now, but it's not easy to deliver what we talk. Even though I'm working closely with the governor, the head of 50 million people in West Java province, it's not easy to handle everything. 50 million is like Spain, like Australia, like South Korea, etc. So I think walk the talk, and you never walk alone. So that's what Liverpool said. I think that's the most important thing, that youth act small, start small, think big, and then you're going to achieve what you want. So having a big visions on what our country will have or will get in the next future is something we need as a youth. And having a dream on what kind of world we're going to have in the future is something that will make a significant difference between youth and the older one. Alongside with the question that Pak Rizky also mentions, the different thing that we had compared to the previous generation, that we are what I so-called, or maybe the experts so-called, as native democracy. So most of us being born or being an adult when democracy is happening in Indonesia. In 2004, when we had the first elections, the direct elections, if I should emphasize, I'm in high school age. Yeah, I'm in a high school. So it's the first time that I start to understand the world and how the dynamics of politics. And it is the beginning of democracy. Some of you may be born in 1998, 1997. Maybe you don't know at all about Suharto. You know about SBY, Jokowi, something democracy, something good, social media, etc. So you are a native democracy. You are a native social media people. So that makes difference. For those who are already 50 years or 40 above, they have the comparison between Suharto era and the current era. For us, even me, I'm 32 years old now. I don't have any kind of imagination about the Suharto era. What I know is my mom. My mom is a civil servant. She need to vote and vote for one party. That's all what I know. Because and my mom said, if I don't vote, I'm going to be fired. That's what I understand from the previous era. But now we are different. So we have a new way, we have a new vision, we have new views, we have a new perspective on democracy. We have a new mechanism how we're going to deal with democracy. Maybe there are many answers about this question, but I would like to challenge. We need more and more young people in the government. We need more young people who will challenge the politics. We need more young people who will sacrifice their life to do the campaign, to do the politics, become the mayor, become the governor, become the president maybe later on. Who never knows that somebody who sell furniture 20 years ago now being a president. Who never know, maybe somebody a lecturer and my boss an architect, maybe something like that. Ridwan Kamil, my boss, always said, democracy provides a platform for nobody to be somebody. So it can be happen. So I think the most useful way, one of the most useful way, besides being an external environment of the government, being the government itself, go as civil servants like Pak Rizky, as a diplomats, change the face of Indonesia overseas, going to the Bappenas, going to the Minister of Finance, restructuring the budgeting system in Indonesia, going to the Ministry of Transportation, fixing how the transport connect, going to the Energy Ministry, try to fix the regime in the business of mining, minerals, oil and gas, going to any kind of the KPK, the anti-corruption board, try to fix the corruption issues. If youth only outside the government, we will have the same discussion as we have today in the next 100 years. But if more youth, better youth, brilliant young people going to be in the government as the bureaucrats or as the leader, we're going to have a new Indonesia in the coming years. I think that will be my answer.
Thank you to Mr. Yusuf. Now I'd like to give the floor to Miss Vanessa Boy.
Thank you. I also would like to say thank you very much for the views to the speakers. Were very, very interesting also to hear from your personal experiences. And also we can understand that the youth is very conscious on its role in this crisis, in this global crisis. And you are very conscious, we are very conscious on what we have to do. As the ambassador said before, we had the future, and our generation will have to overcome this crisis in some way. And also, as the other colleague panelist said, we have the instruments, we have these new technologies that can be used to enforce, you know, our countries, but also the cooperation. And to answer the question, it looks always hard to find a sort of communication with the institutions or a sort of cooperation, as it's a very high level kind, you know, of relationships. So can be hard for the youth to find a way to communicate, to find a direct line, to give also the opinions to the institutions and to the government. But I think that nowadays it's not so hard. You know, also with this kind of table, with this kind of conferences, so you can have, you know, this can be underlined in a national and international level. So I think that also the outcome of this kind of conferences can be sent to the governments, to the leaders, like to give them you know, the opportunity to understand also what the youth needs, because I think that the young generation will be the people that in the future will you know, perceive more the consequences of this global crisis. Can you imagine, you as students, you will have to find a job, so maybe due to this economic crisis will be very hard to do that. So we need to I think to be strong and to find the force to make our voices heard to the world leaders. Also being proactive. I think this is the right word. So we need to make our voices heard through communication, through discussions. We need to establish tables of discussion with the institutions, with the ministries. For example, in the case of Italy, at the beginning was, you know, very hard to find the right solutions and for each category of the society. So the government decides to dedicate something like 10 days to these tables of communications that were organized in Rome, with each category of the society, and also with the representatives of the youth. I think this is a good opportunity for young people to make their voices heard and also to give their proposals and to underline their necessities to the world leaders that have now the power to change things. But also, as the previous panelist said, we need more people to be engaged in politics and you know, in this kind of careers, and to dedicate their lives also to the so-called third sector. So with the local NGOs, with the society, with the association that works with the society, that can make possible some good change in their country. And so I think we have all the instruments, we just have to use it and to be proactive and understand that we can change things and that our voices can be heard by the leaders. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Vanessa. Now for the first speaker, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Mia.
Thank you very much. Yes, I agree with my fellow panelists here that we do appreciate all of the speakers and feedbacks and comments presented earlier by the representative of the student delegates. Thank you very much. I think that I would like to comment on that views and perspectives delivered by the students. The first one is I appreciate that the participants, the students already pay attention to the importance of communications and also understanding. The understanding that we are talking here is the mutual understanding on how we can see things from various perspectives, how we can see things with the knowledge that we all have different backgrounds, different cultures, and also different situations. And the second one is, it is very intriguing and very interesting. One of the participants mentioned the proper, valid, and responsible, that we need a proper way to address a problem and address the solution. And then we need valid data as well to propose our solution to some problems. And also we have to be responsible. So students also have these responsibilities to think about the solution and to do something about it. Not only to talk about it, but to walk the talk, as what you mentioned earlier. And regarding the question presented, I would like to give my answer on how can young people and government collaborate. I do agree with what Vanessa mentioned earlier, that we have the platform, and Bali Democracy Students Conference is one of the many ways that we can do to actually speak up our mind, to tell people our thoughts, our ideas, and our perspective as young generation. First of all, students, you need to identify the problem. Sometimes you want to talk to government, sometimes you want to propose some solution, but you don't really identify the problem. So what problem from all of these problems, from all the topic that we have discussed, which one would be your core focus? So you need to identify the problem first. The second one, you have the goals, you have the target on how to answer these problems that you've identified previously. And then you need to also have plan and have proposal. So it is not just, want to talk or want to discuss something, but you don't have like a concrete proposal or concrete plan. With concrete proposal and concrete plan, it's going to be easier to approach the government and to want to make a collaboration together and communicate and find a connection. I agree with what Yusuf mentioned earlier, that more people, more young people need to be actively involved in the government. Therefore, they can also speak up our minds and also see things and propose something from the perspective of the youth. I believe, since the question is about collaboration between young people and the government, I do believe with things called intergenerational cooperation, intergenerational collaboration. We are in different generation, but we can work together and we can solve together the problems together here. So as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, start something small but real, but meaningful and impactful. Thank you.
Sorry, can I add one thing?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it is very important to encourage young people to do something, to be an active role, to be an active proponent about democracy and anything else. But I think we have also to teach them how to coordinate between themselves. Why? Because sometimes people getting frustrated because their voice is not even heard by the government, right? But the point is why, okay? So I think it's not only the problem with the young generation, but also with the people from the old generation, like us, right? Some activists, like they're getting frustrated because they're not being heard or something like that. The problem is we are very bad. We have to admit that we are very bad in coordinating between ourselves to pursue the agenda, one agenda that can maybe benefit all. Okay, for example, I think it's important to learn how the institution called Kawal Covid that Mr. Yusuf mentioned before has successfully opened the door of collaboration, not only with the government, but with other civil societies. For example, my office, like CSIS, we are a think tank, right? What we need to produce a policy paper is a data, okay? Like many data. So Kawal Covid not necessarily like being engaged with the government, but with opening their source of data to the public, it can trigger any initiatives. Like, and the number of the initiatives could be unlimited, right? So I think it is important for young generation, for all the participants here, to think about not only to be engaged directly to the government, because it's very hard. It's not even like maybe all of the ministries, is very hard to communicate between them, right? So I think it is very important to be realistic about the situation and the political arena and learn to coordinate between actors, map your stakeholders, and communicate with them what kind of agenda that we need to strive for. I think that's important note for the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gani. But I also believe that that will be your closing statement for the first session today. All right. Or you have something more to say for your closing statement?
I don't really like about giving a closing statement, but I think it is important to maintain the dialogue between actors, and I think this kind of forum is the place to do that. And for a young generation, or maybe my generation and your generation, our ability in making a digital platform, innovation with technologies and etc. is our key, mainly our main power to combat anything, any problem that could come before us. So I think first learn to coordinate between ourselves, read the news, but not necessarily just read and believe the news, but we need to also read the other news that could possibly balance our understanding of the world, because hoax and misinformation is the threat for our understanding of the world. Okay, so being objective, learn, and I think this kind of forum is a good place for us to learn about how to coordinate and being in a good dialogue with others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gani. Now let's give to Mr. Yusuf for his closing statement, as well as maybe your recommendation for way forward.
Yeah, as far as I understand, after a crisis, there will be a big shift. That's the nature of the crisis. If you study more on capitalism, crisis sometimes change all the ecosystem of the economy. I work closely with a consultant named Oliver Wyman from the US. They suggest, well, they suggest West Java basically, but I can reflect that to Indonesia or many parts of the world. That will be a major change on the industries and the economy. Food will be, of course, the main thing. We need to preserve our food security independently every nation. So it will be, so those who have interest in food, agriculture, fishery, you need to enhance more, not only on the conventional agriculture and fishery methods, but also on digital wise. I think there's a lot of startup and digital initiative that can boost up agriculture and fishery. That will be the first thing. Second thing, IT will be boosted a lot in many ways. I never know Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, etc. 1 year ago. I only know Skype if I want to do a video conference. But I think I have like 4 to 5 platforms of video today, including WeChat, to connect with my Chinese partners. So things will getting more flatter, as Thomas Friedman said on The World is Flat, his book 10 years ago. I read that book in 2009 or 2010. I don't understand that much, but now I understand what he really want to say. The world is getting flatter. So if you have another skills on IT and digital things, I think it will be good to embed it with your basic or primary skills. So IT is something that you're going to have. You're going to need for the future. The next, this Oliver Wyman said that industries will be shift in terms of the global value chain might be not that global anymore. So countries will have more regional wise, not that far. So that's why if we observe the war between the trade war between the China and the US, myself, as the investment liaison of Java province, acknowledge that a lot of companies try to shift the East Asia country and try to get the company, the industry closer to their original country. That's another thing that we have to face. Well, and some other thing that will be shift. So as youth, we need try to adapt. Pak Lutfi mentioned on his keynote speech, we have the demography bonus, but it will be a demographic catastrophic if we don't manage this youth quite well. Demography will be a good market, good productions, if we can have a well-educated and well-skilled, but it will be a burden for a country if they're not well-educated. In West Java, we have a lot of vocational school. Along all over the world, they have vocational school. But what happened who those graduate in 2020? They don't have jobs. So I'm not sure about the numbers in nationwide. Maybe Gani, can you research with your group? How will be the effect of this graduate, unemployed, people? They are youth, right? The generation, millennial or Z generation. They are Z generation, but they don't have that kind of job. So I think there's something we need to face. Shift it's happened. Youth need to be adapt. Youth need to be have efficiency. We need to connect not only Indonesia but globally, and hopefully with a good politics and with good technology that being paved by the democracy to support this vaccine and etc. We can have a more normal life. Even though all the research people said we're not going to have the same life anymore, or at least we're going to have a little bit close in 2022. So it's something still quite far. So good luck, stay alive. This may be my last message to everybody, stay alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Yusuf. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Vanessa for her closing statement as well as recommendation for way forward.
Thank you very much. Yes, I just would like to add and to say to the young people here today that you are having a great opportunity to be part of this very important conference, not just for Indonesia, but also for all the other countries participating in that. So you're having a very big chance, even if it's not in person. I think the outcome, it's as same as important. So I think that the key word of today is technology. All the panelists in some way touched this, this topic. As they said also, we have all the instruments, so technology is the key in some way. Even if we can't move, you can see we are all so far, but in some way we are all very close. You know, I'm from Italy, there are students from Chile, from the most part of the world, and we are all connected at the same time in one unique platform. So this is something incredible that was not possible, I think, before the pandemic, because we were used to prefer, of course, to meet in person, to organize meeting in person. But in some way, I think that this new way of meeting people will affect, I don't know if never totally negative or totally positive, our lives. But in some way, this can give an important, support to young people also, and to the people all over the world to face and to overcome the crisis. So we need to use these new technologies in a good way, in a way that can be useful for everyone, from education to health to economy. There are a lot of fields where you can apply technology and digital instruments to ameliorate, the situation and the systems. And also, I would like to say to the young people to try to always stay engaged and to be engaged in your social society, in your civil society, in your countries, in order to make in some way a small change, but that small change can affect, the world and a bigger context and situation. So I think that is essential to be very active in your society, to give your contribution, not just for you, but also for the others that can be left behind. You have to cooperate for everyone. In order to give to everyone the same opportunities, also in the field of education, but in each field of the society. So I think you can really make a strong difference because you have all the instruments. You are smart. We are a very smart generation. We are quick doing things. We are quick elaborating solutions. We're able to put together different fields, different points of view. And also, this is not, I think, a competition. This is not a challenge. We can learn from each other, and we can learn from each other experience in order to enrich our countries, our personal countries' experiences from the other country, from the other people that maybe already passed, already lived that kind of situation. So we can take care of the experience of the others, and we can use also this kind of forums to meet each other and to meet and stay in contact with different realities that maybe in a normal situation you wouldn't have the chance to meet. So I just want to wish you all the best for your futures, of course, and I hope you will be strongly engaged in the strong change that our countries altogether needs to overcome this very hard situation. And thank you very much.
Thank you to Ms. Vanessa Boy for your closing statement, as well as your recommendation for way forward. Now, for the last speaker, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Samia.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Well, this is such a very insightful discussion. I'm very happy to be part of this discussion. We have talked about democracy, from the challenges of democracy, from the political participation of youth in democracy, from the perspective of Italy as well in terms of democracy. And I've talked also a little bit about the digital transformation in education as part of democracy, and also the public participation. I would like to highlight as a closing statement that we need to always spread information about the core values of democracy with the right information, and also check the facts before we post any kind of information, before we update any kind of information to our WhatsApp group, to our friends, to our family. We need to really check the information that we are going to spread to people. And for the future recommendation, I do recommend that the young people, all the participants here, to continue to join this kind of a conference, this kind of a discussion, to have new perspectives, to have new insights over some sort of issue or some sort of problem that we are facing. So right now, after you listen, after you express your opinion as well, you can have new ideas that which one is actually suitable to be implemented in your life, which one is actually suitable to be implemented in your community. You have this insight and you can also do something about it. And I would like to recommend as well to all the participants to adjust your way of life, to learn new things in this COVID-19 pandemic situation. I remember that a few months ago, a lot of students complained and share their concern about this kind of an online class and online session. But right now we are kind of getting used to it. We can already adapt. We know how to tackle the problem. We know how to respond. And that is a good way, because being a young people is an opportunity. Being a young people is opportunity to also express your idea, to also express your thought to people. And I strongly also recommend that we strengthen the local and global cooperation and global collaboration in the future in responding all the problems that we face today during the COVID-19 pandemic. To all students all over the world, the participants, manage your time wisely, because right now you have to study at home. It's difficult to go outside. It's difficult to meet your friends maybe, but manage your time wisely. When to engage with your friends through your groups, when to study, when to refresh yourself, when to watch Netflix, maybe the recommendation from this to speakers, and when to also join this kind of insightful discussion. So as young people, this is an opportunity and you need to embrace it. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to all panelists for sharing your thoughts, views, as well as your recommendation for way forward. If I may, as the moderator for this today's first panel of this conference conclude for the session. This conference, Bali Democracy Students Conference, is one of the platforms for democracy for us as the youth to have our platform, to make our voice heard, to speak up, as well as to sharpen our knowledge, as well as to have new insights and understanding, as well as we as the youth, we should be the key driver for the way forward, as well as in our platform, no matter where we are from, as well as our expertise, as well as our stakeholders. If I may summarize from our four great panelists, as well as thought from the presenters, that the importance of the pentahelix strategy from government, business, academics, as well as from media, that each one of us, we should have more participation of youth inside within those subjects, not only from the media, but also from the governments. We as the youth to have more synergized efforts and also to coordinate within ourselves. There are so many startups initiatives led by youths. COVID is one of them, that starting from the small contributions from even from the WhatsApp group can make a big impact. Again, to quote from one of the panelists, that we can start from a small thing, but it has to be impactful and meaningful. To end this session, I would like to quote to all distinguished delegates, presenters, participants, as well as our lovely speakers today, that stay young, stay healthy, stay united, stay together, because we are all in this together. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Rizky, as well as all panelists for a very rich discussion this morning until this afternoon. We have discussed the challenges as well as the collaborations among young people to work hand in hand to overcome the adversity during the pandemic. Before we move forward to our lunch break, maybe we can take a picture together. So we would like to invite all delegates to keep the camera open, but please keep the microphone muted, as the committee will be taking screenshots of people attending this event. So maybe on my command. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes, that is first picture. And then we'll be taking another 3 maybe. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Just keep smiling, guys. We'll never know in which screen we will be. And then the third one, 1, 2, 3. Keep smiling. Another one. 1, 2, 3. And maybe last 2. Is that okay, committee? Yes, okay. Last 2, okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, hopefully this is the last one, and hopefully we can capture each and every one of you. 1, 2, 3. Right. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Apologies for the long photo session, because there are in total 230 of us at the moment this afternoon. So we'd like to also inform you that in addition to this Zoom session, this discussion will be also available on our YouTube, to Kemlu RI YouTube. So if you have friends or colleagues who might be interested on the discussion, maybe you can find the link on Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia YouTube link. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a 1-hour lunch break. In Bali, it is now 1:22 p.m. So maybe we will be back at 2:15 p.m. Is that correct? Yes. 2:15 p.m. Bali time, or GMT +8. So you might want to adjust with that. So thank you very much and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Iya, kalau kayak gini nggak ada yang tepuk tangan.
Kita aja.
Karena virtual. Itu heboh gitu kan.
Selesai apa? Ada kamera kan?
Terima kasih.
Luar biasa.
Yuk, foto-foto.
Lebih muda dari
Oh, siap.
Bebas. Kamera kan. Kamera mahal. Ini maksudnya dari satu. Kita harap 50 orang peserta. Tapi kita ada teman-teman asing khususnya banyak terima dari luar. Tapi akhirnya nanti ada Dior mau datang. Dior. Dia mau datang. Terus katanya
this was not your dream, but you always believed in me. Another winter day has come and gone away in either Paris or Rome, and I wanna go home. Let me go home. And I'm surrounded by a million people. I still feel alone, and let me go home. Oh, I miss you, you know. Let me go home. I've had my run, baby, I'm done. I gotta go home. Let me go home. It'll all be alright. I'll be home tonight. I'm coming back home.
Wait a second, let me catch my breath. Remind me how it feels to hear your voice. Your lips are moving, I can hear a thing. Living life as if we had a choice. Anywhere, anytime, I would do anything for you. Anything for you. Yesterday got away, melody stuck inside your head. I sung in every breath. Sing me sleep now. Sing me sleep. I'm just sing me sleep now. Sing me sleep. Remember me now, time cannot erase. I can hear your whispers in my mind. I've become what you cannot embrace. Our memory will be my lullaby. Sing me sleep now. Sing me sleep. Oh, just sing me sleep now. Sing me sleep. You were the shadow to my light. Did you feel us? Another star, you fade away. Afraid our aim is out of sight. Wanna see us alive. Where are you now? I'm sorry, but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm taking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The bad mood is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Lo siento mucho, pero me voy, porque a tu lado me di cuenta que nada soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerrear en vano, de estar en la línea de fuego y de meter la mano. Acepto mis errores, también soy humano, y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy, llegó la hora de partir de mi propio camino, seguir lejos de ti.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The bad mood is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Everybody, everybody, everybody.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. Lost in your mind, I wanna know, am I losing my mind? Never let me go. If this night is not forever, at least we are together. I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone. Anywhere, whenever, apart but still together. I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone. I know Anywhere, whenever, apart but still together. little girl, afraid of the big wide world. She grew up within her castle walls. Now and then she tried to run, and then on a night with the setting sun, she went in the woods away, so afraid, all alone. They warned her, don't go there, there's creatures who are hiding in the dark. Then something came creeping, it told her, don't you worry, just follow everywhere I go. Top of all the mountains of Bali, give you everything you've been dreaming of. Just let me in. Ooh. Everything you want to go, that'll be the magic story you've been told, and you'll be safe under my control. Just let me in. Just let me in. She was hypnotized and walking on cold thin ice. Then it broke and she awoke again. Then she ran faster and started screaming, is there someone out there? Please help me, come get me. Behind her, she can hear it say, hello everywhere I go. Top of all the mountains of Bali, give you everything you've been dreaming of. Just let me in. Ooh. Everything you want to go, that'll be the magic story you've been told, and you'll be safe under my control. Just let me in. Ooh. Just let me Everything you want to go, that'll be the magic story you've been told, and you'll be safe under my control. Just let me in. Follow everywhere I go. Top of all the mountains of Bali, give you everything you've been dreaming of. Just let me in. And she ran faster and started screaming, is there someone out there? Please help me. Just let me in.
What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. You got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh, How many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down. I'm around through every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh, give me all of you. Cards on the table, we're both showing hearts, risking it although it's hard. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh.
I've been here all day. Nicki Minaj. And boy, you got me walking side to side. I'm talking to you. See you standing over there with your body. Feeling like I wanna rock with your body. And we don't gotta think about nothing. I'm coming at you, 'cause I know you got a bad reputation. Doesn't matter 'cause you give me temptation. And we don't gotta think about nothing. These friends keep talking way too much. Say I should give you up. Can't give them no, 'cause I've been here all night. I've been here all day. And boy, you got me walking side to side. I've been here all night. I've been here all day. And boy, you got me walking side to side. Been trying to hide it. Baby, what's it gonna hurt if they don't know? Making everybody think that we solo. Just as long as you know you got me. And boy, I got you. 'Cause tonight I'm making deals with the devil. And I know it's gonna
fresh type of flow. Wrist icicle, ride bicycle. Come true, yo. Get you this type of blow. If you wanna manage, I got a tricycle. All these Rose is my mini-me. Body smoking, so they call me Young Nicky Chimney. Rappers and they feelings, cause they feeling me. I give 0 folk, then I got 0 chillin' me. Kissing me, cop the blue box that say Tiffany. Curry with the shot, just tell them to call me Stephanie. Gun pop, then I make my gun pop. I'm the queen of rap, young Ariana Run Pop.
These friends keep talking way too much. Say I should give them up. Can't hear them, no, cause I've been here all night. I've been here all day. And you got me back inside. I've been here all night. Been here all night. Been here all day. Oh, baby. You got me moving side to side.
It's the new style with the fresh type of flow. Wrist icicle, ride bicycle. Come true, yo. Get you this
New Ariana Grande, Nicki Minaj, side to side.
No, I can't take one more step towards you, 'cause all that's waiting is regret. And don't you know I'm not your ghost anymore? You lost the love I loved the most. I learned to live half alive, and now you want me one more time. And who do you think you are, running around leaving scars, collecting a jar of hearts and tearing love apart? You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul, so don't come back for me. Who do you think you are? I hear you're asking all around if I am anywhere to be found, but I have grown too strong to ever fall back in your arms. And I learned to live half alive, and now you want me one more time. And who do you think you are, running around leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts, tearing love apart? You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul, so don't come back for me. Who do you think you are? It took so long just to feel alright. Remember how to put back the light in my eyes. I wish I had missed the first time that we kissed, 'cause you broke all your pride.
devotion. Call it a mom's adoration. Foundation, a special bond of creation. For all the single moms out there going through frustration, Clean Bandit, China Ball, and Marie thing make them air.
She works the nights by the water. She's gone astray, so far away from her father's daughter. She just wants a life for a baby. All on her own, no one will come. She's got to save him.
Daily struggle.
She tells him, ooh, love, no one's ever gonna hurt you, love. I'm gonna give you all of my love. Nobody matters like you.
Stay up there.
She tells him your life ain't gonna be nothing like my life. You're gonna grow and have a good life. I'm gonna do what I got to do. So rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-bye. I'm gonna rock you, rock-a-bye, baby, don't you cry. Somebody's got you, rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-bye. I'm gonna rock you, rock-a-bye, baby, don't you cry. Rock-a-bye.
Rock-a-bye, rock-a-rock-a-rock-a-bye. Rock-a-bye, rock-a-rock-a-rock-a-bye. Single mom, what you doing out there? Facing the hard life without no fear. Just see and know that you really care. Cause any obstacle come, you well prepare. And no, mama, you never shed tear. Cause you have to set things year after year. And you give the youth love beyond compare. You find the school fee and the bus fare. Already pops disappear. In a wrong bar, can't find him nowhere. Steadily your workflow, everything you know, so you're not stop, no time for your dear.
Now she got a 6-year-old, trying to keep him warm, trying to keep out the cold. When he looks in her eyes, he don't know he is safe when she says, ooh, love, no one's ever gonna hurt you, love. I'm gonna give you all of my love. Nobody matters like you. So rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-bye. I'm gonna rock you, rock-a-bye, baby, don't you cry. Somebody's got you, rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-bye. I'm gonna rock you, rock-a-bye, baby, don't you cry.
With a bang, 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 alright then. Rock-a-bye, rock-a-rock-a-rock-a-bye. Rock-a-bye, rock-a-rock-a-rock-a-bye. Rock-a-bye, don't bother cry. Lift up your head, lift it up to the sky, yo. Rock-a-bye, don't bother cry. Angels around you, just dry your eye.
Now she got a 6-year-old, trying to keep him warm, trying to keep out the cold. When he looks in her eyes, he don't know he is safe when she says. She tells him, ooh, love, no one's ever gonna hurt you, love. I'm gonna give you all of my love. Nobody matters like you.
Stay up there,
She
stay up
tells him
there.
your life ain't gonna be nothing like my life. You're gonna grow and have a good life. I'm gonna do what I got to do. So rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-bye.
Rock-a-bye, rock-a-rock-a-rock-a-bye.
You rock-a-bye, baby, don't you cry.
Rock-a-bye, rock-a-rock-a-rock-a-bye.
You rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-bye.
Rock-a-bye, rock-a-rock-a-rock-a-bye.
You rock-a-bye, baby, don't you cry.
With a bang, 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 alright then. Rock-a-bye, don't bother cry. Lift up your head, lift it up to the sky, yo. Rock-a-bye, don't bother cry. Angels around you, just dry your eye, car. Rock-a-bye, don't bother cry. Lift up your head, lift it up to the sky, yo. Rock-a-bye, don't bother cry. Angels around you, just dry your eye.
I've been hearing symphonies. Before all I heard was silence. A rhapsody for you and me. And every melody is timeless. Life was stringing me along. Then you came and you cut me loose. Was solo singing on my own. Now I can't find the key without you. And now your song is on repeat. And I'm dancing on to your heartbeat. And when you're gone, I feel incomplete. So if you want the truth, I just wanna be part
when your legs don't work like they used to before, and I can't sweep you off of your feet. Will your mouth still remember the taste of my love? Will your eyes still smile from your cheeks? Darling, I will be loving you till we're 70. And baby, my heart could still fall as hard at 23. And I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe just the touch of a hand. Well, me, I fall in love with you every single day, and I just wanna tell you I am. So honey, now take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud, maybe we found love right where we are. When my hair's all but gone and my memory fades, and the crowds don't remember my name, when my hands don't play the strings the same way, I know you will still love me the same. 'Cause honey, your soul could never grow old, it's evergreen. And baby, your smile's forever in my mind and memory. I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways, and maybe it's all part of a plan.
was broke. I filled your cup until it overflowed. Took it so far to keep you close. I was afraid to leave you on your own.
Aku jadinya berprovinsi.
So good afternoon, delegates. The conference will resume very shortly. Therefore, we invite all delegates to once again open the camera while keeping the microphone muted during the session. Thank you. Welcome back, delegates, to the 4th Bali Democracy Students Conference 2020 with the theme of Democracy, Youth, and COVID-19. Before we proceed to the second panel discussion, we would like to remind you once again that during the panel discussion, delegates are welcome to express their question or their opinions on the provided link on the chat room. So all delegates who wish to express their opinion and questions can go directly to the link provided on the chat room. All right. We will continue with the second panel discussion under the theme of the role of youth in COVID-19 crisis. And once again, I will not be alone, but this session will be moderated by my colleague, Sabrina. So Sabrina, I give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Good afternoon from Bali. Good morning, good evening, wherever you all are. And I hope you are all good, well, and most importantly, healthy. Hello, diplomats. Welcome back to the 4th Bali Democracy Students Conference with this year's theme, Democracy, Youth, in COVID-19. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Sabrina, and I am from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, and I will be the moderator for the second session. First, I would like to greet our 4 outstanding panelists for the second session. First, we have Ms. Ayu Kartika Dewi, expert staff of Indonesian President, that will join us shortly. Second, we have Mr. Alvinsyah Pramono, President of Indonesian Students Association in the United States of America. Hi, Mr. Alvinsyah. We have Mr. Muhammad Kamil, initiator of Pandemic Talks. And last but not least, we have Mr. Khoirul Anam, coordinator of Overseas Indonesian Students Associations Alliance. Firstly, before we start, I would like to inform and remind you about the format of this discussion, same as the first session. Every panelist gets 15 minutes to deliver their presentations. We will gather all questions asked by the participants through Slido, as written on the chat box in Zoom. After the presentation, we will give the opportunity to 3 selected participants based on their submission to the organizing committee, as well as the questions asked through Slido in order to convey their views for 3 minutes sharp. After the views deliberation from the participants, there will be feedback, as well as a closing statement from the panelists before I summarize our today's discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, we are dealing with the global pandemic. Various parties have made preventive efforts in their own respective fields with one objective, one common ground, namely to defeat the situation of COVID-19. Every effort is highly appreciated because the impact of the situation affects everyone from each field, from high-level industries to daily life activities. In saying that, youth has a major role in facing this crisis. That is why in this discussion, we will discuss more on the role of youth in COVID-19 crisis with experts to elaborate the active role, also concrete steps that are visible to be done, and the possible involvements by youth. Without further ado, let me introduce the amazing lineup for the panelists for the second session of the 4th Bali Democracy Students Conference on the role of youth in COVID-19 crisis. First of all, we have Ms. Ayu Kartika, expert staff of Indonesian President. She will be discussing on youth of Indonesia, youth and COVID-19, response, recovery, and resilience. Second, we have Mr. Alvinsyah Pramono, President of the Indonesian Students Associations in the United States of America, discussing on youth volunteering work against COVID-19. We have Mr. Muhammad Kamil, initiator of Pandemic Talks, discussing on youth, social media, and pandemic. And the last, we have Mr. Khairul Anam, coordinator of Overseas Indonesian Students Association Alliance, discussing on youth as future leader, what's next? Let's start. For the first discussion, will be on youth volunteering work against COVID-19 with Mr. Alvinsyah Pramono. But first of all, I would like to give a brief introduction. Mr. Alvinsyah Pramono, currently president of Indonesian Students Association in the United States of America, whereas they successfully raised more or less 237 million Indonesian rupiah to support frontline healthcare workers in fighting COVID-19. Through Ignite Indonesia, event to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Republic of Indonesia, in collaboration with all missions of the Republic of Indonesia to the USA and United Nations in New York. Mr. Alvinsyah Pramono, please share with us your thoughts. Thank you.
Again, thank you to Ms. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all distinguished speakers, panels, delegates, audiences of the 4th Bali Democracy Student Conference organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. I'm truly honored to be invited to this amazing event to share with you how Indonesian students in the United States respond to COVID-19 pandemic during our study in the United States this year. So let me proceed with my presentation. I hope you can see my screen here. Is it in there? You see my screen? Yeah. All right. So let me deliver my talk about how Parmias empower youth leadership in the fight against COVID-19 through multidisciplinary collaborative voluntary work. So I divided my presentations into 4 sections. The first section is to give the paradigm of how COVID-19 has caused a multidimensional problem to all the livelihood of people around the world, and also how Parmias came up with a solution of encouraging multidisciplinary collaborations across talk between people from various and different backgrounds altogether. Next, we are going to share a bit of how Parmias National and all the students, Indonesian students in the United States responds to COVID-19 pandemic. And last but not least, it's all about the conclusion and recommendation. So yes, COVID-19 has caused mishaps in various aspects of human life, including politics, economics, sociocultural, and regional. And it's caused many problems. If you can see, it also caused impact in democracy and politics, as mentioned in the first session earlier. It caused inequalities. It caused disinformation regarding the virus and the treatments. Somehow it can be categorized as false news. And it's also raised some popular dissatisfaction from people who are not satisfied enough on how their nations or their country mitigate the COVID-19 pandemic. As a main outcome, many people start to have anti-establishment sentiments towards their country. As a key issues, politics is related in COVID because this pandemic has disturbed a lot of political agenda and maybe the political and democracy festival, such as elections all over the world. So the main issue here is to protect the safety and integrity of the election, as well as to find the right place for expertise, how to cope with populism and the nationalism, as we know that nationalism is the backbone that creates or unite all people in the country to work together to fight COVID. And again, we have to counter the homegrown and foreign disinformation. And all these models all together, it creates defense the democratic model. It's also COVID-19 also caused some impacts in economic development. Let me reintroduce you to this popular diagram published in April 2020 about the potential winners and losers in the industry. As we can see that today, the medical industry and the e-commerce, it becomes the most the winner, as well as the tourism and leisure, aviation, and also the construction, the manufacture, it becomes the potential losers in the next few years. As we can see, COVID-19 also caused unemployment. It also caused the working time reduction, layoff here and there and everywhere. And talking about inequalities, we also talk about gender equalities as one of the indicator of the sustainable development goals that we have to achieve. So again, inequalities is a pillar that we have to work on together. And this is an issue that Vanessa would like to tackle on in the future. COVID-19 also caused an impact in the small and medium enterprises, as we know that 40% of jobs in the OECD is aimed to be affected by COVID-19, and most of the affected sectors are in the form of small and medium enterprises, which are very, very vulnerable to prolonged lockdown. And again, COVID-19, the World Bank has predicted COVID-19 to push at least 100 million people to extreme poverty by the end of 2021. This is such a nightmare for every one of us. And the most impacted region will be the South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa. So again, because of all these problems and backgrounds, Ormas Nasional, the Indonesian Student Associations in the United States, proposed some solution to fight COVID through multidisciplinary collaboration. And we learned it from some theory. The first one was introduced by Ince and Boher. Okay, it talks about how we have to collaborate for stakeholders, which is the academia, government, private sectors, and communities, in order to gain technical expertise, have human resources to work on it, to achieve the skills needed. And of course, we need the support from government and private sectors to gain the policy and the capital. Here is the fund for infrastructure development. And this kind of collaborations may provide room for innovations and effective solutions for problems. As we know from the first section, that COVID-19 has caused a multidimensional problems. So the response, the solution must also come from the multidisciplinary approach, a multidimensional approach for answer to COVID. In the midst of crises such as COVID-19, we have to increase the sense of interdependency among stakeholders with various backgrounds. And I try to bring the well-known phrase, the more the merrier. And for me, this kind of phrase is actually at the heart of every Indonesian people. As we know, the words called gotong royong. Indonesian people, they are very keen to work for another. They do altruism. They promote altruism. They work, they're happily to help others. And it's all in the heart of every Indonesian people. So Indonesia have to be proud of this wonderful culture that has been built since the era of colonialism until today. Again, I think it's not enough to work only with four stakeholders. I somehow want to introduce a concept introduced by my mentor, Professor Dr. Trihanggono Achmad of Universitas Padjadjaran. And in 2015, UNPAD became the first institution to introduce pentahelix collaboration in Indonesia. He added media there. Media is a very important stakeholder, as it can be a powerful weapon or tools to promote, distribute, voice or maybe to tweet our successful, the approach successful of those A, B, C, and G stakeholders. But we have to handle media really, really careful because, you know, despite of being used as a positive to distribute the positive sentiments, media can sometimes the news can also be skewed to promote false news. This is what we have to take care of. And then because I'm a doctor, my background is a medical doctor, so I try to introduce the concept of biopsychosocial model introduced by Angel in 1977. It's an old theory, but yes, it is worked during this COVID pandemic. Because, you know, during this COVID pandemic, a lot of Indonesian students face stress, depression, anxiety, and every other mental problems. And the only way to learn, to understand them is through not only to understand them as a biological, as a system organ, as an organism that works biologically, but also to understand deep into their own heart and mind and soul through the psychological aspect and social and environmental approach. So, what does it take to be a leader? Again, starting from my own background as a medical doctor, I learned that WHO in 1993 proposed what we called as the 5-star doctors or 5-star physician concept to picture or conceptualize the role of physician in community. And then which then adapted by the Indonesian Medical Council. And they add 2 more points to the 5-star and making it a 7-star physician called the added researcher and role model of spiritual life. So yes, in the medical field, we have to be evidence-based and we have to be aware that every kind of treatment must have their own evidence. And as Indonesia is a religious country and I'm a believer, I always believe that without God, I'm nothing. So again, you have to choose. Don't you think we have to keep in mind that a doctor can also be a community leader? As far as I know, we have one medical doctor promoted, one medical doctor became a prime minister. That is Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, he practices this 5-star physician's thing. He's a care provider. He makes the decision for the country. Also, well communicating all his ideas to his subordinates and all his people. And then he also became the community leader, and he managed the country really well. So again, be a youth leader. It's up to you. You can choose one of its criteria, but you can also choose to have all 7 criteria of this leadership. And it's up to you. You have to choose on your own. But for me, I prefer to choose the criteria adapted by the Indonesian Medical Council. So let me share how did Indonesian students respond to COVID-19 in the United States. Again, I put the key features here that youth and young adults play an important role in empowering collaboration among the stakeholders. Again, through the Pentahelix collaboration, the youth or young adult, the young leaders, has to be the catalyst of the partnerships run in the partnerships and the collaboration. With the key characteristics of gotong royong, the altruism, nationalism, and patriotism that become the backbone of how we should work on together and create and show giving back to our communities. And again, if you plan it right, you will also execute it right. So here I would like to introduce you Satuan Mahasiswa Indonesia di Amerika Serikat, Indonesian Student Associations in the United States. It is a home for more than 8,600 Indonesian students in the United States, distributed across 50 states and 93 chapters in the United States. This is the distribution map of Indonesian students in the United States. I live in New Jersey. It's a a state nearby New York. It's more kind of like supporting area to the metropolitan New York City, just like Bekasi and Tangerang to DKI Jakarta. And during the first 3 months of COVID pandemic, that was really hard to stay in New Jersey or in New York because we became the epicentrum of COVID-19 in the world. But I'm glad that today New Jersey has decreased its rank from the 2nd position to the 9th position in the United States in terms of the number of cases of COVID-19. So again, after you plan it, you have the idea, you need the courage to implement the ideas. As we are a student organization, so we try to highlight the academic approach before we start doing something. We start with the research through the pilot study using the chapters of Permias as the model. So we activate the data reporting. We map the indigenous students in the East Coast, and then we engage the other stakeholders, to our partner. We started with the Consulate General of Indonesia in New York, so that on March 17, we conducted the world first student video conference with Indonesian missions abroad to provide the guidance for safety of Indonesian students. It's held by KJRI New York. And after we succeeded with this pilot study, we shifted and we increased the scale of our coverage to Permias national level. All 50 states with 6 Indonesian missions in the United States, including the embassy and all consul general, with the Indonesian missions to the United Nations in New York. So we conducted weekly virtual meeting, and we increased the partnership among stakeholders through this pentahelix collaboration model. And at this time, Permias students is not only Permias is not only care for their own community, but they also help the diplomatic staff to serve the Indonesian diasporas residing in the United States who needs help. So we implement our strategies with several programs, which I will describe it to you later on. So the first one, we start with the house screening survey. This survey was conducted every week. And then
Mr. Alvinsyah?
Yep.
I would like to remind you, you have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So the house screening survey comes with the students' needs survey. All students, 8,000 students, they have to fill the survey weekly, and then we analyze the data. We discuss it in the meeting, and here it is. After 6 months, there are only 6 Indonesian students confirmed as COVID-19 positive in the United States. What an achievement! And we also can see that from our students' needs survey, we can see that there's a trend of decreasing demand from Indonesian students in the United States. Well, it is not significant decrease, but as a descriptive study, we can see that some decrease in the students' needs. Again, this is what is mentioned by Mr. Acting Director General on his speech in the beginning, in the opening session. Yes, we do care for mental health problem of the Indonesian Students Association, of the Indonesian students in the United States. That's why we enhance the collaborations with the academia from Universitas Pajajaran, from the psychology faculty, together with those academia from UI, Universitas Indonesia, and also we are very grateful to have Ibu Lista Damayanti Gani, the wife of the permanent representative of the Republic of Indonesia to the United Nations in New York, to coach the peer support, the peer counselors to have the counseling session with the students in need. And then we also did the student outreach program based on the survey result. And we are very proud to present you our COVID-19 information portal for Indonesian students in the United States of America. And we always coordinate the relevant missions of the Republic of Indonesia regarding any positive COVID-19 cases and changes in policies. We keep in contact with students who are infected, make sure their needs are being met. And last but not least, the important thing is we did the contact tracing to prevent more Indonesian students to get infected by COVID-19. And then, as a conclusion, I would like to convey this idea that Mia's initiative conveys the message that we care about our students. We encourage the student-centric initiative. We listen to the students. We listen to our stakeholders, which is students. And then so that the students may feel heard, they feel that they are empathized and engaged to the community. And as a result, we have a supportive and welcoming community and positive reinforcement for the next generation. The other point is about the Pentahelix collaboration. It's a relevant approach to overcome COVID-19 impact. And the role of Indonesian students, all together with Indonesian missions in the US and the Indonesian diasporas, are the keys to overcome all these challenges. I think that's all because we are here, we are in this together. So, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvinsyah. Thank you for an interesting explanation. Very informative. It gives an eye-opening reality on what actually could be done. Also, I highlighted something from your discussion about the importance of collaboration. The more, the merrier. So thank you. Moving forward, the next discussion will be probably what everyone is waiting for, especially something very, very close to us, to youth. It's on youth, social media, and pandemic with Mr. Muhammad Kamil. Before he starts with the discussion, I would like to give a short introduction. Mr. Muhammad Kamil is an initiator of pandemic talks. Graduated recently from Kagoshima University, a PhD student in neurosurgery department. His expertise in the field of medical has no doubt shown by the results in him successfully producing 10 scientific papers, constantly making him a reliable content creator in pandemic talks, using social media as a positive source of information. So, Mr. Muhammad Kamil, please post and share what you have for us right now. Thank you. Mr. Muhammad Kamil?
Hello.
Are you smooth? All right,
Hello,
there you
everyone.
are.
Yes. Okay. Very thankful for invite me. I'm very honored and I'm sorry, I'm very nervous now.
It's okay.
I'm yes, okay. Yeah, because I'm no one here because Alfian is very good person, very head of Permias, and I'm nothing. I'm now in Kagoshima University, student. I'm graduate at the PhD student at this March, but because of COVID-19, I'm postponed to coming back to Indonesia and continue as a postdoc student. I'm neurosurgeon and my research on the cancer, brain cancer especially. So I am not expert in the COVID-19 or I'm not expert at the social media things, but it's okay. I talk about social media now. This is Pandemic Talks, which I and two of my friends, my old friend in Indonesia, has been found and managing this from the April. I remember that. Yeah, the background is very not strong, but not in the beginning. I'm not so serious in this thing, but now become so serious because the followers is become very growing now, like 100,000. Yeah, 100,000 people now. In the engagement is very high, but actually I don't know what the engagement and traffic things, but my friend said that the Pandemic Talks is one of the most social media for talking about pandemics in Indonesia now. What is this? Naturally, I want to speak about myself for this 5 minutes maybe. I'm the scientist and I'm the medical doctor, like Mr. Alfian. My basics like that, and my two of another pandemic talks initiator is one of data analyst and one is the biology molecular lecturer. So we in this social media in pandemic talks, we talk about everything about pandemics, and we disclaim every time that we are not the expert of the this pandemic. And nowadays no one is expert, we know that. And why we talk about this? Because our background and our vision and mission is to bridging the information gap. So turn back, we are as in Indonesian is sometimes we are afraid to identify what is the problem. Sometimes we run from it. But as a scientist, we are in these 5 years I start to research and writing papers as a medical journalism, and I consider that we are everyone of us as a medical doctor or every student, not as a medical doctor only, we are all is scientists, because we are have naturally journalism things. We have to skeptics and we are curious to things we don't know. But and this momentum, this pandemic make us to searching for it, but sometimes we don't know about everything, but we have to seek about everything. But the COVID-19 is like Alfian said, that is very multimodal problem, right? Not only health system, not only economical things, not only virus things. So everyone should together to discuss about it. Everyone should talk about COVID-19, I think so. But in Indonesia, we have to mindful, we have to consider and realize that we have unique things. The literature levels of the people in Indonesia is not the same. Very wide dimensions, like in the statistic, only less than half is graduated from the high school, like that. So we can see that not only few percentage, I don't know exactly, but only few percentage is graduated from the university. So we cannot generalize what people how to understand. So maybe I like the power theoretically, I like the Paulo Freire critical pedagogy. So there are three things we have to see in the cycle. First, know, two, understand, and three, action. So there are three things, but sometimes we forget that we not understand, but from now something we just skip to understand and we just action. So sometimes this gap, this needs, make us the conflict in, especially in the social life. Like in Indonesia now, like we have to in the fact we have to realize that the many infodemic, many information that false and sometimes not fully accepted, not fully delivered to everyone. Like in the medical person, not every doctor is a good communicator. Like Alfian said about 5-star doctor, this is the ideal one, but not all the doctor is a good communicator. Not the all researcher is good communicator. Not the all the epidemiologists is good communicator, and not all the government has a good communication style like that, and etc. etc. So I and my friend in pandemic talks is realize this, and our mission is only for bridging the gap, not not the pressure make a pressure for the government, or not make pressure for media or something else, but only for the bridging the information gap. So this is our content from the April, and now we start with the podcast every week until now, 29 episodes, so 29 weeks we we make a podcast episode, and every day we make one at least one or two or three content. First time we are only three, and this graphic is not on our is evidence based, always evidence based, from what always refer something. So this information is scattered everywhere, and we just collecting in and we sewing it, become one graphic, so everyone to see this, you can understand what the condition, and you can see everything we talk about, we talking in here, and we want everyone like maybe at least pandemic talks followers to more understand about this condition, not and still aware about this pandemic, because this is a very long marathon, like ultra marathon, and not finish as soon as possible, as we know that maybe after vaccine coming, is maybe it takes 1 or 2 years more to make it finish and really finish and back to normal like before COVID-19. So maybe you can check by yourself. I'm sorry, I'm not prepared the good presentation like Mr. Alfian, but this I want to share with you. And about the social media things, this is we cannot run from it, because social media is one package from the evolution of the anthropology now, and this last decade is information is like very exponential growing. There is Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok is very now is very common to using by our generation, and there is the gap also for the upper generation with us, like our parents or our senior. So they are maybe know nothing about that, and sometimes euphoria, and sometimes don't know how to use it, and not like our junior generation, like very youngster student now is very more understand about the social media, I think. So this gap of generation may yeah is obviously make the conflict also. So like for the example, in our family WhatsApp group, maybe we have to make more effort to make clear about the sometimes hoax coming, and sometimes some information not false information, or some not good information is coming to WhatsApp group delivered by our father or our mother or our aunt or our grandfather maybe. So it's momentum. This pandemic is momentum for us, our generation, to make an impact, I think. So this is natural, and I think we have to use this moment very in optimal ways. So like that. So I think I'm more excited for the discussion with you all. I'm not good at presentation, so I think this is enough from me.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Camille. Thank you for saying the facts. I totally agree with you that it's very hard to communicate properly, especially by differentiating each backgrounds from other people. Because once we know some information, it won't be 100% what we know is delivered to the other people. So I agree with that, and it's very hard nowadays, especially with social media itself. So social media is actually, very easy, but sometimes it challenges you more. And I agree also that a simple thing can be done just through your fingertip instead of wasting your time on social media dealing with negativity and being negative. It's possible to do something impactful and most importantly, positive. I agree. So thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Kamil. And moving along, I would like to invite Miss Ayu Kartika Dewi. Are you here with us right now? Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
She will be discussing on Indonesia youth and youth of Indonesia, youth and COVID-19 response, recovery, and resilience. Before she starts, I would like to introduce a brief introduction for Miss Ayu. Miss Ayu Kartika Dewi is a special staff to the President of Indonesia and the Managing Director of Indica Foundation. Prior to this, Ms. Ayu worked as aide to the Governor of Jakarta, Associate Director at the President's Delivery Unit, UKP4. She has founded 4 social movements, Sabang Merauke, Millennial Islami, Perempuan Gagal, and Toleransi ID. Ayu represented Indonesia at the 2017 Future Leaders Connect in the UK and was selected by the Australia Awards Indonesia to take part in the Women Leadership Program in Melbourne. Ms. Ayu Kartika Dewi, we would like to hear your insight. You have 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. All right. Hi, everyone. I hope all of us are very healthy. Thank you so much for inviting me for this session. And thank you so much for staying in this session. I'm going to share a screen. All right. Can you all see the screen?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
I want to say hi to Camille first. I'm one of the followers of Pandemic Talks. All right. I'm going to share about 3 things, right? Response, recovery, and resilience. All right. Quick hi. I think the moderator has mentioned about this. So I'm from Surabaya. I studied in the US, in the UK, and in Australia. I spent a little bit of time in Singapore, and then I became a primary school teacher in Maluku Utara, in a remote island of Indonesia. This is where I worked earlier. Now I'm working as a special staff of the president. And these are the organizations that I started. On the other side, though, this is usually what's not being mentioned in the profiles. So I'm doing mindfulness, so I do meditate. I like comedy, so this is my picture of doing stand-up comedy in one of the cafe. A few years ago, since pandemic, we haven't done any. So I played musical instruments as well. I like yoga. Since the pandemic, I like plants, as you can see in my background. A fun fact, I have 40 plants right now, starting from 0. And I do scuba diving. All right, so let's talk about response, right? The youth, all of us here, we are the one who often are very, very sensitive towards changes, towards something that is not right. And we are usually among the first one that is responding to this. So civil rights movements in the US, anti-war movements in the US. This is a girl that we all know, Greta, climate strikes, right? And not only in outside of Indonesia, even also in Indonesia, Sumpah Pemuda in 1928, or the vow of the youths, right? And then the Declaration of Independence in 1945. Youths have been the one that is sensitive about reading signs and responding to changes, including the one when pandemic happens, right? One of the example is like what Camille did with the pandemic talks. That is exactly how the youths start to taking response about what happened, see that there is something that's missing, which is information about the pandemic. And he immediately and his team responded. And of course, looking at how well received the initiative is, it shows that it is something that is needed, right? And then recovery. So for example, there are a lot of youth all over Indonesia. And of course, I'm sure there's all over the world as well, but I'm taking some examples from Indonesia. There are a lot of youths from all over Indonesia that have done something, anything, to help the recovery. So for example, the folks in Sudut Pandang Forum or Point of View Forum in Middle Sulawesi, they have cooking projects. Basically, they can cook and they have a little bit of extra money. They have a little bit of extra income to cook, to provide food for the families who are having difficulties in the middle of pandemic. And isn't that amazing? You start from the things that you can. You start from the things that you're able to do. You start from the people around you. And then, for example, Stage ID, they have fundraising events to help photographers because a lot of the photographers basically are out of job during the pandemic, right? So they're having these fundraising activities. So and for example, can you guys hear the voice?
Halo, saya Ayu dan saya mau ngajak gerak kita semua untuk ngebantuin organisasi-organisasi dan komunitas-komunitas yang programnya keren-keren. Nah, jadi di dalam program Ajak Gerak ini, saya akan memilih beberapa organisasi atau komunitas yang programnya keren, yang tujuannya adalah untuk membangun Indonesia dalam berbagai aspek. Saya akan mendonasikan gaji saya sebagai staf khusus presiden untuk mensupport organisasi atau komunitas ini. Dan nanti kalau misalnya ada orang lain yang juga mau ngebantuin atau mendonasikan untuk organisasi ini, boleh banget. Dan saya juga bakal ngajakin orang-orang untuk jadi relawan buat ngebantuin organisasi ini. Nah, gimana cara daftarnya dan gimana cara bantuinnya? Tungguin.
The reason why I'm sharing about this Ajak Gerak or Let's Move event or program is basically because I want to share about the winners of this, and they are the youth-led organizations that decided they will not stay, they want to do something in the middle of pandemic. So for example, this is several of the winners, right? So there's elmu.id, or short for e-ilmu. Ilmu is knowledge in Indonesian. It's from South Sumatra. It's an online learning platform to help underprivileged high school students to get to trying to enter college. Because all of us know that get into college is not as easy as we just have to, like say, fill up the form, right? Sometimes there's tests that we have to take, and sometimes the classes or the additional tutoring for us to be able to do this test well are not cheap. And there is also our one step ahead from Aceh, which is the westernmost part of Indonesia. They're helping elementary, junior high school students in scavenger rural areas, lending gadgets, assessing the learning process. So they decided that I want to help. I see a problem, I want to help, right? And there is this Balita Ceria, or cheerful kids from South Kalimantan, initiated by mothers concerned about kids in their area that's very often consumed in the gadgets rather than actually reading useful or good stories. So they have, since the pandemic, they actually have read aloud sessions through WhatsApp groups. So again, they're doing something within the community, doing something that they can. So I've gone through the response and the recovery, the things that the youth has been doing, and I want to share something about the resilience part. And the first one is about self-resilience, right? Because pandemic is hard. Pandemic is hard for everyone. So I'm going to share a comic. The comic is in Indonesian, but I'm going to read through the dialogue, or I'll explain about it in English. So basically it says relaxation needs to be practiced. So basically there are two nervous system in our body. There is sympathetic and parasympathetic. The sympathetic is basically the one that enable the body to stay active. and alert, while the parasympathetic is the one that helps the body to relax. Now, we can guess, right, by looking at the social media and looking at the news that happens every day in our life today, which nervous system is being trained more often? The sympathetic, right? Because we're looking at the news, oh my God, there is this death, and then my friends or my family's friends got infected by COVID. There is this, that. There are so many things that makes our body stays alert all the time. And this is not healthy. We need to stay calm, and we have to help the parasympathetic nerve system to actually relax. So yeah, basically this is we need to do something to fix this. And how we do it is basically to train how to breathe. By breathing, right? And why is that so? Because this is very interesting. When the first time I heard about this, I was like, how can we train our parasympathetic nerves just by breathing? And it is really interesting because breathing is basically the gate that connects our mind to our body, right? If our mind is angry, our breathing are different. If we are afraid, our breathing is different. If we are nervous, our breathing is different. If you're happy, our breathing is different. If you're relieved or relaxed, the breathing is also different. So if the state of the mind can alter the breath, we can also do it vice versa, right? So I would suggest for us to try this. Because it is really important for all of us who are here to be resilient, to be a resilient human being. The technique is 4-7-8. So basically you inhale for 4 count and then hold it for 7. It's not 7 seconds, it's just 7 count, like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then exhale for 8. All right, let's try. Ready? Let's inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold for 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. And we can continue practicing this whenever we feel overwhelmed, whenever we feel nervous, whenever we feel we have a panic attack, we can use this, right? And so that's a little bit of trick on how to practice resilience for ourselves. How about on our business? Some of us maybe have a startup business or a side hustle, right? We need to do pivot. If you guys playing basketball, you know what pivot is. And now the pivot term is being used widely in the business sector. A lot of the business have started to do pivot in their business. So for example, the lady that used to cleaning up my apartment are now actually she's becoming the online shopper. So a lot of us basically tell her, hey, can you please shop this, and then we'll transfer some money and she'll bring the groceries right in front of our door. So that she will still be able to get some money. A lot of the industry creative practitioner, now they're starting to create online classes. A lot of the musicians now creating online music concerts. So for example, the folks who are creating clothes, right? Now actually they can create masks. And then, for example, looking at folks now who are starting to create hand sanitizers or creating sterilizations, some online stores actually now selling it through online Instagram stories. Some hospitals have started using telemedicines. Basically, there are a lot of things that we can do to pivot in the middle of the pandemic, right? So we do what we can do. And then the latest one, all of us who are here, I'm pretty sure we are all part of an organization, right? And we have to stay resilient. And this is a true test of our organization, how we can do it. So for example, do team bonding online. So this is me and my team. We did, this is just a couple of weeks ago, we did a coloring session online through Zoom, right? So we sent one of us basically bought this materials, get it sent to our house, and we actually have a Zoom sessions, just we do coloring together and we chit chat about a lot of things. If we can do team bonding offline, we can do team bonding online. And this is also the team in my Indica Foundation. So we do a team bonding session in Zoom. We have lots of games and quizzes, and a lot of them are very, very silly, and that's fine as long as we laugh together. And this is important because the togetherness of the team cannot just be left out by themselves. We actually need to do something. Something that can be done offline usually can also be shifted, transferred to be done online, as long as we are creative about it and be adaptive and help those who are needed. And that's all that I have, and never stop learning, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Ayu. Such an interesting explanation. I agree with what you said, that especially youth, they must be innovative, because at the end of the day, from what you just done, you did gerak, and it's something simple, but yeah, it's a very impactful. Yeah, it's very impactful. You know what I mean? Like maybe when you started it, you won't think that it'll be something, but at the end of the day, it is something, and you may have made someone's day. And I feel that that's something we must all do, because one kindness will actually make a huge impact. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I will stop sharing, yeah?
Yes, it's always share kindness to one another. Thank you. Last but not least, to prepare yourselves on the discussion on youth as future leader, what's next with Mr. Hoirul Anam. Mr. Hoirul Anam, are you with us right now? Yeah. Before we start, I'd like to have a brief introduction. Mr. Hoirul Anam is the coordinator of Overseas Indonesian Students Association Alliance, currently pursuing his PhD in public policy at Charles University Prague, also serving as an auditor in the Supreme Audit Board of Republic of Indonesia. With his economic background, he has shared his expertise through his publication and seminars. And at the moment, he'll be joining us at the hospital, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you for making time for us, Mr. Hoirul Anam. And please prepare us all on what's next. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear His Excellency Mr. Teuku Faizia, and I also express my sincere gratitude to all speakers, Mr. Alvin Pramono, Ms. Ayu Kartika Dewi, and Mr. Muhammad Kamil. They are very good speakers. All distinguished participants, this is a great honor and pleasure for me to act on behalf of Overseas Indonesian Student Association Alliance, or PPI Dunia, to be panelists at this conference. Can you help me to share my PowerPoint, please?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Today, I would like to talk about how and the importance of creating youth as the future leaders. Next. Currently, I'm doing my PhD in public policy at Charles University. Next. And I will try to convey my simple theories that I try to collect from several journal, books, and many things, and on how and my experience, how when I lead PPI Dunia, we know that the 21st century is the age of unseen opportunities and the breathtaking transformation. This is also by all means the century of the youth. It is time when, for the first time ever in history, the technological advance allow the freedom of access to information and knowledge, which the youth particularly take great advantage. But this is also the age of the greatest challenges that are more and more seen as global, what means requiring the whole humanity to act as one to resolve them. and it is vital for the youth to become aware of the global challenges and to develop the confidence to apply the extraordinary energy. Next, the dilemma is to what extent we accept the involvement of the youth. There are 1.8 billion young people living in the world nowadays, according to UN Annual Report 2017. This is not just an impressive number. It is a large amount of voices that want to be heard, passions that want to be pursued, and hopes for the life yet to come. The youth has the largest amount of energy. The matter is, where the energy is directed. It is aimed toward peace building, security, sustainability, love, or is it aimed toward radicalism, violence, or hate? The answer depends on each of us. Next, the youth as identified by UN terminology is men and women from 15 to 25 years old. This is the age of uncertainty and high ambitions. This is the age when the youth might experience support and understand, and as well as the face rejection of the society. We obviously do not want the youth to walk onto the wrong path. The key to the mystery behind this is leadership. For in leadership lays the fundamental difference between whether we expect for something from the youth to be done or whether we actually see the youth taking the action. Next, when we ask ourselves about how do we build future leaders, we really should keep in mind that we don't want to build them in vitro and wait for time to come so they can take the action. We have to understand that the most important day of everyone's life is today, and we have to engage the youth right now and right here. This is the only way how we can actually build the future leaders. We just have to build leaders now. It is a matter of action. This will be fully focused on specific of youth individual characters. Next, I have several definitions of youth leadership. First is youth leadership is the ability to guide or direct others on a course of action, influence the opinion and behavior of other people, and so how way by going in advance. The second is the ability to analyze one's own strengths and weaknesses, set personal and vocational goals, and have the self-esteem to carry them out. It includes the ability to identify community resources and use them, not only to live independently, but also to establish support networks to participate in community life and effect positive social change. I think leadership ability is part of the full range of competencies or outcome achieved through the youth development process. Youth leadership is a distinct area of youth development with primary focus on mastery of certain competencies necessary for effective leadership, including responsibility, teamwork, and vision. Next, there are three pillars of youth leadership. Those are confidence building, competency development, and the third is love. Next, firstly and most importantly is confidence building. The more confident a young person feels about the society acceptance and openness to him or her ready to step into the world of action, the less likely we are to see this individual plan into social deviance. And the more inclusive the society is, more positive will be the impact a different individual they engage into society. Young man or woman needs to feel confident about his or her capacity to act. For your information, PPI Dunia consists of 60 countries. I'm implementing confidence building at PPI Dunia by encouraging each chairman of the PPI to carry out every activity together. I give them the opportunity to take part in every event and lead events held by PPI Dunia. I want every chairman of the PPI to have the opportunity to build his confidence or her confidence. But Dr. Alvin, maybe it's different because I don't need to push him anymore because he already has a very good experience. However, for others, I still need to encourage to be willing to appear in every opportunities. It is not the easiest, but I think it is the right way. Where pursue is there is confidence. Confidence in where you are, what your objective are, and what the means to achieve them are. Confidence is what supports individual and society in everything. The youth leaders have to confident to be confident that can be achieved and what they set up for themselves. And how to build confidence, I think from several books and journals that I have read, I have concluded something that needs to be done to increase self-confidence. Confidence can come from the impact from outside world, and confidence can come from recognize of one's success, and also from the words of the support and appreciation. The confidence is determined the outside confidence. This confidence is highly dependable up on the impact from outside, but the outside world, however, is not always welcoming. Remember, it's not always welcoming to individual, especially when the individual different from the others. Next. Secondly is competency. A leader is someone who knows the direction to which she wants to stream the common effort to wealth to gain the advantage or achieve progress. One is not very likely to become sustainable and long-serving leader without awareness and experience in the sharp of leadership. For a young leader, the level of competency is one of the guarantees of confidence. The obstacles at the PPI Dunia is not all the chairmen have the same competence, the same educational background. Because of that, this is a big challenge for me. Youth can develop competency through education and experience, as well as through the self-reflection, the ability to analyze the mistake and learn from them. The more one is skilled, the easier to act and deal with things. Education is mandatory for becoming an expert because in the chosen field or of and give one eligibility to consider for leadership position. This related to applying the essential knowledge into plan action. I believe the competency is vital for strong leadership. Next. And finally is love. One, the basis of every responsibility action lays love defined as the spirit of good intention. Young leaders have to feel love to what they do, to what they are, to what they want to become, and to what the world they want to build. Leadership based on love is strengthened by the moral aspect. Once morality is excluded from leadership, leadership becomes immoral. So be careful. Love is the universal regulation of good and bad. For a future leader, it is vital to know what love is, how to love and how to spread love. Love equal morality. For a young person, it is very important to grow with love inside. Next, and finally, I would like to close my presentation with conclusion that the youth has to understand that the most important day of their life is today. Today is the day to act and take steps, no matter how big or small they are, but to start walking on the path to becoming who they want to become. Thank you from me and have a nice day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Khairul Anam. Something that I like to highlight is I agree 100% that the energy, it's up to us to where to put the energy, because youth has so much energy. It's rather you want to use it to a negative or a positive, but at the end of the day, you must be wise in how to use the energy in order for you to become a great leader in the future. So thank you for the preparation. I hope all the participants took notes and be able to receive the new knowledge that has been shared by Mr. Khairul Anam. Thank you once again. And moving forward, we have reviewed the question as from Slido, as well as the video submitted to the committee. We would like to hear the views first from several participants, and specifically now, I would like to call and invite 3 participants to convey their views for 3 minutes sharp. So I hope you prepared something brief. For the first speaker, I would like to invite Omalita Anigoma. Are you here with us right now?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay.
Yep.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Voice?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Omalita Nigomang. I'm a second year student from President University, and it's such an honor for me to give my point of view on the role of youth during this pandemic. So the COVID-19 global health emergency and its economic and social impact have disrupted nearly all aspects of our life, all groups in society. And it also has disrupted livelihoods for millions of young people worldwide. For young people, the COVID-19 crisis poses considerably risk in the fields of education, employment, and mental health. However, there's a reason to be optimistic in the midst of the situation. That is, to understand our role as a youth is important and needed, because youth are informed and critical. Therefore, young people must become agents of change in the sense that they inform back what they know and, of course, correct information. In order for us to speak and to be heard by the government, we should stand together in many ways. We can collaborate as the community and to participate in youth organization to convey our ideas. Last but not least, in the times of uncertainty, rebuilding trust with youth and all the generation is the key for recovery and resilience. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Omalita Anigomang, for your views. I'd like to invite our second speaker, Putu Adi Permana Putra.
Hi.
Yep, hi.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You may start now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the time. Hello, everyone. Om Swastiastu, greeting from Bali. My honorable, the organized Bali Democracy Forum. Then thank you for the special occasion that has given to me. I am Permana from Bali. So today I would like to convey my view based on my experience about the role of young generation in pandemic COVID-19 crisis. So to all participants, we are aware that we have the role and contribution we can provide during the COVID-19 pandemic. It starts with a small step, but it actually has huge impact. Of course, our role is not without a habit, environment, culture, and governance that government perform in our respective areas. As we know before, on March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization officially declared the coronavirus as a global pandemic. I feel the effect of COVID-19 on my mental health. When the first release of the COVID-19 case in Indonesia caused me to stress and anxiety, I become ill with a lot of my own too. But I cope this by doing positive things that I enjoy, like reading books, improving my language skill, cultivating my plants, and managing my emotional with my favorite song. Then also I share this one to other friends about the importance of caring for each other mental health. A few small things I have done during the COVID-19 pandemic This was example, an important role for the young generations. The first one, I helped some parents teaching children around me to complete their school assignment because online learning system in Indonesia given children the difficulty of understanding any material creation. And I tried to help them to explain in a simple way and also to educate them about how to protect ourselves in this pandemic. And then the second one, once a week, I have a sharing session with my friends to remind one another of living by health protocol, keeping the surrounding clean and in caring for others' health. And also in last session, we always to give our support because I believe it can be energy in our life in this pandemic. And the third, because of my interest in writing, as my small role as a student, I joined some scientific activity with the topic of the COVID-19 as my creative or solution for the government. But there are some paper I have included that are about the first one is a cover or co-creation for no poverty as a model strategy that can be done for us together in eliminating the problem of the poverty in Indonesia especially. The second one is COSMAS or co-creation for small and medium enterprise, a model strategy for rebranding UMKM or small and medium enterprise in Indonesia to heading for a new normal. Well, there are of course many other roles to play and definitely other two versions of them. I strongly believe whatever positive things we have done, no matter how large or small, the most important things is how we are able to always remind each other and collaborate to survive in this COVID-19 pandemic. Like the concept of harmonious life was a play in Bali, known by the term Tri Hitakarana, in a harmonious relationship with environment, human, and also God. Thank you. Matur suksema.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to invite our third speaker. It's Ihsanullah Oria. Are you with us right now? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You may start for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and thank you so much for letting me speak. I will introduce myself. My name is Ihsanullah Oria. I'm from Kabul, Afghanistan. I'm a marketing manager and currently I'm a Mahasiswa student of Master at University. And I'm very lucky that I am a participant in this youth conference in Bali, and I'm a speaker. So I would like to start introducing the youth himself. There is a well-known saying about the youth that the strength of a nation can be determined by the youth power. So when it comes to building of a nation and destroying of a whole nation, the youth force is the first to stand out and to be the main contributor in the form of military, social, political, economic, or they make an independent fifth pillar to those youth powers.
Mr. Ihsanullah, are you with us right now? Did we lose? I think we lost connection. Okay. Maybe reconnecting. Okay, he's not with us. Okay, we'll give him another chance once he's rejoined with us today. We will move forward to the discussion. I'm sure everyone is waiting for it. We have listened to all of the discussion on the second session under the theme, the role of youth in COVID-19 crisis. Let's try to deepen the discussion for this session. And I would like to dig more. I want to know more on how, this is probably for Mr. Muhammad Kamil. How effective is the digital sphere or social media rather than public sphere in opening up opportunities for youth to dealing with the negativity during a pandemic? Mr. Muhammad Kamil, are you with us? No?
Yes.
Maybe. Yep,
Yeah.
you're with
Hello.
us?
Hello.
Oh, yep,
Yeah,
great,
yeah,
great.
yeah. But I'm not hearing the.
Okay,
Not
it's okay.
the
I will
yeah,
repeat the question.
Yes. Yes.
The question is, how effective the digital sphere or social media rather than public sphere in opening up opportunities for youth to dealing with negativity during pandemic?
Yes. Actually, I think we have to see the indicator for the actual numbers about it. But in my opinion, social media have impact. Obviously have a good impact rather than the other platform, because nowadays almost everyone has a connectivity about social media, even Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or something else. So we are one side of us is on the internet. We cannot refuse that. We cannot. Yes, we have to aware that one part of our consistence is in the social media. So if we have energy, excess of energy, like Mr. Khairul said that the youth always have excess of energy, so we can use that energy for social media. How impact is this is maybe small, maybe big. We don't know. We never know. Maybe we have to make a deep analysis for to know it. But at least in social media, we have opportunity. We have opportunity to express ourselves and yeah, existence. Yes, like that. And if we want to make impact in our society and our something else, is using social media is effective. Like me, for example, in these 3 years, coincidentally, I pandemic talks is like really examination, but these 3 years I myself managed the cancer movement in Indonesia. It's called Miles to Share. You can see it, and in Miles to Share, I myself educate people for the cancer education, and I make it to connect to the young people with activity like charity running. So I collect almost 1 billion rupiahs in these 3 years to make it. So I think in that time my followers is only few, but it's not about followers, but about engagement and about the our intention. And yes, people will see that, and people will care about it if we make a positive value. We have a positive value about something.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamil. Maybe to simplify the answer is probably what you mean. The question was opening opportunities, right? Maybe it depends on how the youth sees the problem. It depends on how the youth uses their energy, whether it's positive or negative, yeah?
Yes.
Yep. All right, thank you very much. Due to technical errors before, I would like again to invite Our third speaker, Mr. Ehsanullah Oria. Are you back with us right now? Mr. Ehsanullah Oria?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yep.
I'm here back.
Yep,
Thank you so
you
much.
can continue. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Thank you so much. So I will start from here that the question is that how can we solve these problems in these obstacles, and how can the youth utilize their power and the contribution to the humanity? So in my opinion, there are plenty of opinions from others, but in my opinions and in my suggestion, youth can only
Did we lose you again, Mr. Ehsanullah Oria? So sorry, this is the new normal, everyone. Technical issues is one of the problems that we're facing today, one of our challenges. So bear with us all. And maybe Mr. Ehsanullah Oria will come back to us. Yep, you're back?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm here.
okay, great.
Yeah, so the main problem with the youth is that they don't have this experience. On the other hand, they are full of energy, so they can tackle these problems. Experience doesn't matter for them because they are full of energy, and they can gain this experience in no time. So they should build a multinational and multicultural network which with other youths all around the world, and they should be included. And through interacting with other and exchanging their view with others, and through this they can gain a lot of experience from different cultures, different people all around the world. Hence, they will not be lured by anyone or misused by any groups because they already have built a good network with others. So then after having a good network with youth, they can contribute to strike the COVID-19 and eliminate it from the entire world. So how can they do that? They can provide awareness to the public, especially to the rural areas, by organizing training camps, by rallies, or in the form of advertising to restrict the spread of COVID-19. The disappointing thing about the nations is that they might have the vaccine, and we all know the different nations, different countries have, but they don't distribute it to the public due to political wars or whatever they do, we don't know, and they use it as a tool of war. So in this regard, youth can actually pressurize those nations to open up their discoveries to the public, and they can utilize and they can give this to use for the whole of humanities. Beside that, youth can develop their own research centers where they can make their own vaccines, their own precautionary and diagnostics measurements for the better way to prevent the spread of pandemic and eliminate it forever. Thank you so much. This was my view about the youth and COVID-19.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for all three speakers for the excellent views. And moving along to the discussion again, we've asked Mr. Muhammad Kamil. I would like to move forward again to Mr. Alvinsyah. In regard to the pentahelix concept, do you think we need a different approach for each party or stakeholder when we promote our initiative? For Permayas as a student-led initiative, what is the strategy approach to bargain position, put findings from the initiative into evidence-based policy? Mr. Alvinsyah, you may have the floor now.
Okay, so for the first question regarding the pentahelix concept, yes, yeah, I agree that every stakeholders needs to be seen on the case-by-case basis, because we don't know, to start a collaboration with every stakeholders, we have to make sure that we share the same pain points of what our organizations wants to do and what the stakeholders wants to aim in the future. So again, you have to somehow synchronize the pain points between stakeholders with your organization and find the pain point and then move towards there together. So if the question is, do you think we need a different approach? Yes, we need it. A different approach for each stakeholder. And then the second questions okay, for PERMIAs as the student-led initiatives. So the strategy approach to burden position is actually you have to be what do you say? We have to be able to observe maybe the emptiness or the vacancy that we can fill in, and we can make sure that when we fill into that vacancy, we can please make sure that you are excel or you are actually mastering the field that you are trying to fill in with. So again, find the pain point or the weak points of the policy that you want to improve, and make sure that you become the only one that actually master that point, so that you can improve and you can scale up your impact to the others. Again, when you try to scale your impact, you have to bring your own quote-unquote constituent. I mean, again, words with your own stakeholders. Start with your own within your own, because we are all students, so we have to start with academic approach, and continue by engaging the communities who share the same pain points, to move forward together and reach our goal together. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ridwansyah. So basically, yes, we have to understand our counterparts. Yeah, we have to know how to communicate. We have to understand where they're coming from, and especially their backgrounds, and how we can get our message delivered to the right goal. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ridwansyah. And last but not least, we would like to ask Ms. Ayu. This is something that we want to know, because we've seen that you made a various content and something very creative, we can say. So how to encourage youth to participate, to share the voices, like our voice, in the midst of pandemic skepticism? Can you give us a brief answer to that?
And
Ms.
this can
Ayu?
be any voices, yeah?
Yeah, voices of youth specifically.
In any topic.
Yes.
Okay. I think it is important for us to think that our social media will always have impact, right? And the impact is sometimes very poorly translated into the numbers of followers. So the huge amount of followers doesn't mean that you have a big impact, right? A good friend of mine once shared this. So for example, we create a content that helps someone change his or her mind from committing suicide. He or she is only one person. So probably he or she liked our content, and then he or she changed his or her mind. Okay, I'm no longer going to commit suicide thanks to this particular content. But the likes that this interaction gonna give is only one likes. The numbers of followers that's going to interact with this is only one follower, but it's a huge impact. Versus, for example, if we show a very nice selfie traveling somewhere, probably we're going to get lots of likes, but probably the impact is going to be very, very small. The impact on the person who's viewing that. So I think we need to understand that numbers are just numbers. We shouldn't be discouraged by numbers. We should continue to make impact no matter how many people will see it, right? If we can create good impact, good content that will give a positive impact to 27 of our followers, for example, then be it. We're gonna make our world a little bit better for those 27 people. So what we should do is we shouldn't be scared of voicing what we think is the right thing to do, and voicing what we think is needed in the world, just because we are young, or just because we think that we're still small, we're still no one. We need to continue doing what we think is right and what is needed for the world, or at least what we think we need if we were out there, and just continue doing that. I think we should worry less about numbers and metrics. We should worry more about whether we are being truthful.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ayu. While you're at it, can I ask you for the last, from your closing, can we have a closing statement by you for our participants for today?
Yeah, sure. So I have the logo next to me, by the way. So I put this in my, it's a Sazam logo. So how many people here have watched Sazam? You can raise your hand. I can see some of the videos. Yes, all right. Some of you have watched Sazam. I really like the movie, and I think the philosophy is actually very deep. So for all of you who doesn't mind spoilers, and haven't watched it, so Sazam is basically about a young boy that suddenly got a superpower and becomes a very, very powerful superhero, right? And the problem is he didn't realize that he is actually very powerful. The one who realizes that he is actually now very powerful are actually someone else. And this boy, who is now a superhero, he uses his superhero-ness to charge phones or to do crazy stunts so that the video in YouTube is going viral. But he didn't realize that he actually has so much power. And I think a lot of us, including myself, I still have this Sazam syndrome sometimes every once and then. We think that we are no one. We think that we are just young people who have little connection, or we have no position, or we do not have this particular experience or that experience that other people have. And it actually stopped us from being brave in trying things that will enable us to create bigger impact. And what I would encourage everyone who is here, and this is also a reminder for myself, is please do not be Sazam. Please realize that you guys are very, very, very powerful, and you guys are able to create impact in whatever the circles that we have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ayu, for the closing statement. Very powerful. And we would like to continue to maybe Mr. Muhammad Kamil. Can we have your closing statement?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. My closing statement in the plan is very delivered by Miss Ayu. Yes. Yeah. So we don't have to waiting until we have many followers or something else, and we don't have to waiting until we finish our PhD or master or graduate from the school or something else. Whoever you are, you can make impact. Yeah, that's the point. So you don't have to waiting that moment, and the process also we have to learn every time that we are not perfect at all. Even the expert is really not sure about himself. Like my professor is always like skeptic inside. For me also in pandemic talks also we always not sure about our narration, our opinion. So we think about it. We talk with the expert and we discussion, and we express our opinion and in the positive way. So that impactful, I think. So just doing it, and same with the Miss Ayu, as we out and use our energy to in positive way. Even there is a conflict in the future, it's okay. It's okay. If we make a mistake, it's okay. We are youth, and we have time for learning. And this
Okay.
pandemic is good moment, very good
Okay.
moment.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Kamil. And last but not least, Mr. Alvin Shah, can we have your closing statement, please?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Moderator. So again, the COVID-19 pandemic has created a lot of burdens and problems in human life and somehow distract the livelihood of people around the world. But again, as the youth that full of energy, we have to keep it calm and try to think of something that we can fill in the vacancy, in the something's lacking in the solutions to fight against COVID-19. And don't forget, it's okay to admit that you are, sometimes it is okay to admit that you are actually unable to do something. because by admitting that you are actually unable, it shows that we are still Indonesian that needs to do gotong royong, and it will lead us to the collaborations as the key answer to all this problem. And I would like to always say that don't be, you have, as a youth, you have to, you need to have, raise your self-esteem. And let no man despise your youth. But again, be relevant to the work. Therefore, you can be an example and you can create a greater impact to people around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvin. To conclude this session, I would like to once again thank you all for all panelists for sharing their valuable knowledge, best practices on a very important theme. Personally, I always hope that I ask myself, what can I do to help and what's next and so on. So I hope today all participants can receive all the knowledges that can be useful for you in the future. And today we hope that everyone has learned something and passed on the positive messages that has been delivered by our panelists. Thank you all participants. Catherine, back to you from Bali. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, apologies. Okay, thank you, Sabrina, and all the speakers for a very fruitful discussion. I learned so many, and I believe all delegates also learned so many concrete actions taken by the speakers as well as the communities to help other as well during the pandemic. So similar to the first panel discussion, we would end this panel discussion by taking a photo. So we'd like to once again invite all delegates to keep the camera open. And since, let me see for this moment, we have 230 delegates. We believe this is going to be a long photo session. So comment to you whenever you're ready. And delegates, please remain smiling throughout the photo session. Okay, let's count. 1, 2, 3. That is 1. 1, 2, 3. That is 2. 1, 2, 3. That is 3. I start losing count. 1, 2, 3. That is 4. So is that enough? Oh, one more. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, is that good? Okay. Yes, that is good. Thank you all delegates and all the speakers as well as Sabrina for moderating this session for this afternoon. And we are almost at the end of our conference, but before that, we would like to invite our moderators once again, Rizky and Sabrina, as they will be reading the recommendations garnered from this discussion from the morning until this very afternoon. And as mentioned earlier in this in the morning, that the recommendations from Bali Democracy Students Conference, the 4th in 2020, will be conveyed during the Bali Democracy Forum. So Sabrina and Rizky, whenever you are ready. Oh, apologies. Apologies, everyone. There will be a short video. So we'll be watching a video before our Rizky and Sabrina are reading the recommendations. Ayo Mbak, aku banyak nih. Tunggu ya Mbak, aku bikin.
work from buat apa rich knowledge, insights, better understanding gitu loh. Dengan dia sih. Ini ada berkata ada grow trigger more and more pragmatis vision. Yang kedua adalah pentingnya adalah youth life initiative. Youth life initiative jadi contribution dari youth itu loh. Jadi youth kalau kata si dia tadi kan terus yang ketiga ini yang penting adalah koordinasi antara para security dan mereka bersatu dalam konteks suara Rizky masih Mbak Abita kita mute
Videonya. Okay. Okay, thank you, delegates. So it seems that Sabrina and Rizky are now ready to read the recommendations from our conference today. And Sabrina and Rizky, we are ready whenever you are.
Thank you, Karen. So on behalf of the first session, I would like to present our point of recommendation from the first panel from our lovely speakers, as well as the views raised by the distinguished delegates from the discussion session. We have 5 points of recommendation of the first panel for this today Bali Democracy Students Conference. Number 1, Bali Democracy Students Conference is very important as a platform to share views and experiences of youth. This dialogue is the key to help preserving democracy. Number 2, we need to create more youth-led initiatives. Youth should take their role as the future leaders, starting from the small things, but impactful, to focus more on contributing to the society. Number 3, youth and government should work on more strong collaboration and approach. I repeat, number 3, youth and government should work on more strong collaboration and approach. Number 4, strengthen local and global cooperation in responding to problems, including adapting a new normal. And number 5, youth will be the key for economic recovery as they are the digital native and very adaptive on new technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rizky. I'd like to also highlight the second session. We've gathered all the recommendations given by all our panelists. The first is youth are powerful and give so much impact to society. If you believe in yourself. Second, number 2, whoever you are, you can make an impact and you don't have to wait for the moment. Sometimes even the expert is not confident enough with themselves. Youth should use their energy in the positive way. The third, COVID-19 has caused many problems. It is okay to admit that you are unable to do something. Youth should do more, gotong royong, especially if you are an Indonesian. Youth can do more if they are together to reach collaboration. To conclude this session, all of these discussions are interrelated. Safe to say that this could be the actual steps to overcome crisis with concrete actions. However, in the process, there will always be new obstacles, challenges, and so on. Therefore, it is crucial for us all, especially youth, to always be thirsty with new information and new knowledge, and to always remember to validate your data, do your research, and be careful in sharing the information, because what we post and share today can influence what we see in the society tomorrow. Thank you. Karen, back to you.
Thank you, Sabrina and Rizky, for reading the recommendations. As I mentioned before, this recommendation will be submitted to Bali Democracy Forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our conference today. And to close the session today, we would like to invite Mr. Hasan Asari, Steering Committee, Director of Junior Diplomatic Training of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Kepada yang terhormat Bapak Hasan Asari, mohon perkenan Bapak.
I know it's early morning in the US, and also to Pak Anam, it's still morning in the Czech Republic. And good afternoon, good evening, warm greetings from this beautiful island of Bali, Indonesia, to all distinguished participants. It's an honor for me, in my capacity as chairperson of the steering committee, of the 4th Bali Democracy Student Conference to obtain remarkable insights from various speakers and panelists, as well as to experience fruitful discussion and exchange of views among participants. Indeed, we are currently facing many challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, every cloud has a silver lining. But remember, for students and youth, silver lining here is not merely about the reappearance of opportunities, but also, more importantly, related to role and responsibility as future generation to society, both at the national and global level. Before officially closing this conference, allow me to convey our appreciations to His Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Lutfi, Ambassador of Indonesia to the United States, for his keynote speech that I believe has enhanced our understanding about challenges and opportunities in many dimensions that youth and students have to face in the near future. I would also like to express our gratitude to all panelists for their insightful presentation. The panelists have provided a lot of examples, best practices, as well as lessons learned on youth and students' contribution to preserve democracy during the pandemic and the aftermath. Also, thank you for two moderators for eloquently chairing the session, as well as presenting views expressed in this forum to be presented to the upcoming Bali Democracy Forum. Appreciation also goes to all participants, more than 222 participants from 18 countries around the globe, for their contribution to the discussion we had today. You are the stars of this conference, and it is impossible for us to propose recommendation without your active role and contribution. Again, thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to thank all members of steering and organizing committee, especially to Ambassador Teuku Faizasyah, the Acting Director General for Information and Public Diplomacy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, and Mr. Yusron Ambari, the Director of Public Diplomacy of the Ministry, for their able leadership and guidance provided to us during the preparation and proceeding of this conference. I also thank all my colleagues here in Bali, as well as those who work from our headquarters in Jakarta, for their dedication and hard work in preparing and organizing this conference, as well as thanks to the government of the province of Bali for their support. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that the 4th Bali Democracy Student Conference is officially closed. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors and stay healthy. Matur suksma, terima kasih, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan Asari, for the closing remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of our conference, Bali Democracy Students Conference 2020, under the theme of Democracy, Youth, and COVID-19. As mentioned by Ambassador Lutfi this morning and has been repeatedly echoed throughout the conference, hopefully this conference is not the end, but hopefully it can become a catalyst for further collaboration among us, the youth. And today's conference has truly proved youth optimism in democracy despite the very difficult circumstances. We hope to see you again next year. See you and stay healthy.